Hi, John. This is Sean. Just an audio test, please.
Yep, I got you here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Shelley. I guess it's good afternoon.
Counselor, we hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
The room has been unmuted.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. It is. It's on mute. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. No. Sure. Okay, it's still 1 o'clock. Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Attendance at the beginning of the meeting for Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. We have Councillor Killick, Councillor McKay, Councillor Hughes, and myself, Councillor Bumansky, sitting in as Deputy Mayor today. Online, we have Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Jolly, and I don't see the Mayor online yet. So we hope that she'll join us at some point. I'd like to welcome everyone into the gallery today. So it's nice to see people and faces up there, and it's makes for a good meeting. So appreciate that. So there was notice given that Councillor Hughes pulled 8.2, Jolly pulled 9.2, and Hughes pulled 9.1 from consent. So we just need a motion to adopt the agenda. Okay.
Well, I want to give her some experience with the request to motion button. Anyways, that the May 2nd, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented. You were talking about the consent one before. So this is the overall one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So any changes or everybody good? Okay, we'll call for the vote then.
Trying to vote, doesn't seem to want to go through, but I'm in favor.
Okay. Do you have a vote? Okay. Okay, motion passed. Thank you. Unanimous. Okay, now we can move on to presentations. Today we have Trustee Lavelle Kraus up first, and she's, I guess you're standing there ready to present, so you would like to do it at this time, I'm assuming. So we'll let you go forward with that.
If you guys want to talk for a bit, I can come back.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and then we have two other presenters following, so welcome.
Unless one
and
of them wanted to go before me, but they must be in the hall.
okay, okay, well, okay, go forward then. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having Snellbrook Public here today. We actually decided after the announcement of JM Demco that we wanted to take an opportunity to present what our Snellbrook Public capital plans are to keep the city council and the city into the loop. So we're very excited to share everything with you today. Next slide, please. Based on the estimated school population generation for Midtown, Riverside, Ville-Giroux, and Chariot, there's going to be just under 4,300 students. That being said, as we look at the west side of the city, we realize that, and we need to ask for a 900 student, 2-story kinder to grade 9 to be built in the Chariot area. So that is our number one priority. Number 2, please. As you know, we're very excited that we were able to finally complete in January 2023 our new Paul Kane on the old existing Paul Kane site. It was an estimated $42 million to build, plus roughly $1 million in consulting fees. So that was our phase 1. Phase 2, we were actually granted from the Alberta Infrastructure and Alberta Education Ministers $46.3 million to do an expansion and modernization of Belrose. So it'll add an extra 275 students. And we have already started those proceedings, working with finding the proper architects and to create the best design for the area. We'll still be mindful of our neighbors. Our third priority, our third, I guess, 2B or 2C is we are still asking for a new 1,650 student high school in Erin Ridge North. That is an area that we've identified that will have a large need for high school students in the next few years. And we want to make sure that we're able to accommodate that need. Next slide, please. Our third capital priority, as you can see, kind of lists down from 3 to 9. But one of the things we really need to focus on is a modernization and additions for 5 of our schools in our division. You'll notice that Hillgrove is the combination of Robert Rundle and Sir George High School or junior high school. But we also need to take in consideration, we have some schools that have over 20 portables added on, and adding on a portable or modular doesn't necessarily become the best option when our students actually deserve permanent spaces. Leading down to priority number 9 would be a new ECS to grade 9 in our Riverside area. Next slide, please. One of the things that we take pride in is building partnerships with municipal and obviously like-minded school jurisdictions within our city. One of the concerns that remains about the proposed school sites is it's not large enough to actually accommodate a substantial partnership. The partnerships we like to expand and grow with would be the gymnasium, theater that would possibly be larger than what our current art and theater is, the library, because that is something that we do need to have within our community, and then the opportunity to expand on our career and technology areas. One of the things that our division is actually already started to look at as we modernize Belrose is different opportunities to add career and technology to our division and how we can also share that with our community. When it comes to school sites, next slide, please. When it comes to school sites, it's imperative that we actually able to have a large enough size, but also we can accommodate the growth within the partnership. If you remember, there was a 2015 technical report on the long-term provision of new school sites, and it recommends a minimum of 10 acres per school site. And plus, on top of that, you would also add on to your parks, sports fields, any other facilities that would come with municipal reserves for each division of the area. Now, you each had a copy of the slides presented to you. And if you look at our next slide, our school size sites, you can see that many of our current sites are actually well under the recommended 10 acres. Even though the community land varies from each side, you can see how it becomes different from each of the sites. 3 of our sites are above the 10 acres while the rest of them is below. And then when you look, say, for example, at Lois Hole, it's on 3 acres of land, but the school itself and the 4 portables is actually only on about 0.7 acres. So it's quite small. And then when you look at our school site map, you can kind of see on the west side, there is a need for a K-9 in Shrewd area, and all 4 of the schools that would be able to accommodate K-9 students are either well over capacity right now or above the 90% mark. So as we grow with our kinders that are entering our school division, we come to the need of needing more space. So right now, last year we had 625 kinder students registered. This year we already have 637. So we're well above last year's goal. School sites, next slide, please. Am I still allowed to, are you cutting me off?
I just want to thank you, Trustee Kraus. I should have given you a notice of a 5-minute limit at the beginning, but just finish up, please.
Okay,
That was my
perfect.
error. So thank you.
As we kind of follow up, there's a couple, obviously, we try to provide as much information as possible, but one of the things as we refer to items 3 to 8 in the capital plan is our relocatable classrooms. Currently, we have over 110 relocatable classrooms, aka portables or modulars. Many of those, 39 are well past 30 years. We have 25 that are over 40 years old, and some of them are actually nearing 50. So if you think about how your knees might be as you get older, they tend to creak a little bit more. We want what's best for our students. So right now we're trying to find opportunities that we have the safest, most positive way for our students to have a positive learning environment. And so that has become one of our agendas. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to be able to have a continued partnership with the City of St. Albert. What this council has currently done to make it inclusive to small families or new families that can find affordable housing is incredible. And St. Albert Public wants to be there to help create the best possible way for the best possible education. And I think together we can actually find a way to cultivate some greatness within our community. If there's any questions.
Thank you so much. And again, Trustee Lavelle Kraus here representing the St. Albert Public School Board trustees. So thank you. It was a great presentation. We're all happy to hear that. Is there any questions from, okay, so Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Really appreciated it. It was lots of great information. So you said that the 10 acres under the municipal reserve, which is mandated under the MGA, what size would you think would be required?
Ideally for high school, it is 18 acres, but we're able to work with the space. Obviously, when it came to working with the new Paul Kane, our deputy superintendent and superintendent worked very hard to have the correct space. Put something into example, with the size of Lois Hole being just 0.7 acres, the day it opened, the school was at capacity. And so that's 600 students. And right now we're over capacity. So that doesn't even include the fields and extra space that they need. So we can take 10 acres. We would love 18, but we need to make sure that there's proper space. And as students get older, they require more items outside.
So as a trustee, have you guys been advocating to the provincial government in relation to increasing the size of the MR allocated to school sites?
We have actually had the opportunity to meet with both current incumbents for St. Albert and then one of the candidates that's trying to run against. And something that we have stressed on is the municipal reserves. We obviously understand in November of 2019, it was taken to the Alberta government to get some clarity. And we know at the time, Mayor Haroon sat on that board and was trying to be able to add the extra 5%. And at that moment, it was just kind of taken off the board. So we have advocated to both the opponent for MLA Sarah Hoffman. Yes, the critic for education, as well as MLA Marie Renaud. And then we have also spoken with Dale Nally about it. And I think the biggest thing is not necessarily everyone understands how it impacts.
Yeah, I would imagine some of the land developers might have some concerns because, I mean, every land developer has to allocate 10 acres of MR. So I'm sure there'd be some concerns if that required 18, because unless you tried to accumulate it all in one spot. So it would create some challenges there. So the Chereau lands, and you're looking for kindergarten to grade 900 students. I think right now, when we're looking at a community amenities site up there, we were kind of kicking around concepts, and it's really at the conceptual stage. So we were looking at potentially of a high school, because from my perspective anyways, you talk about partnerships and you talk about the ability to have more amenities in that area. I think usually it's more conducive to a higher level, maybe like a high school level. So any comments or thoughts on that? Go ahead, Bill. Sorry.
Yeah, I would just say that both those things are being contemplated. So in the Chereau development, there is an MR site set aside for schooling that is above and beyond the high school site that you're talking about, Councilor.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to clarify that with it when we got to administration questions, but you so quick and you jumped right in there. Anyways, I appreciate that. Okay, so that question was answered. So I'm happy with the response. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Next, we have Councillor Mike Killick.
Yeah, Cheyenne, thanks. Good to see you again. I maybe heard something a little bit different, that the number one priority is in Riverside, the Richelieu area for K-9. Is that where there's a school site there? Is that where you're contemplating it?
We know that there's a school site there, and that is on our list down the road. But with the way that the area in the Northwest is actually growing, that is the area we've identified as kids will soon need a space to go. And the amount of the lack of space that's currently on the west side to accommodate our K-9s is the biggest concern. So if we can keep it in the Northwest versus moving it closer to the Southwest, it not only becomes safer because they're traveling less when it comes to having to move the students around, but now we'll actually have more permanent space, because right now over 25%, 2,200 students within our division are in our portable, since we want to be able to get those K-9s out and have them in their own home.
And what's the size of the school site in the Riverside Richelieu area? Is it in line with what you're hoping it will be in the future?
Right now, as I look at the map, it's actually 4.45 acres for the school site, and then adjacent to it, it's still only 4.94. So it really, even if you put both sites together for municipal parks. And then for the school, it's still under 10.
Undersized.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that would be a similar situation to where Lois Hole was opened and then full.
Yeah. So the other thing is that you talked about trying to get the kids out of portables, which is great because some of them, as you said, I'm amazed on your slide that they're 35 years old or something like that.
They've been over 40, almost 50.
Yeah, hard to believe. But good for the school board for keeping them active and operational. To reduce the footprint, has the school board looked at going vertical, like 2-story schools? At one time, those were kind of taboo. It was like, elevators and all that stuff wasn't.
We have, obviously, with Paul Kane, the new Paul Kane, it is on 2 stories, which allowed us to be able to create the space on a less footprint. The problem with K-6s specifically is it kind of makes a little bit nervousness of the kids having to go up and down the stairs. And so when you're also able to have, the K-3s in one area, 4 to 6s in the other area, it's less intimidating because really the difference between a grade 1 to 6 is quite a lot. So when you have the second floor, it just makes it a little bit more stressful for our kiddos all over. And then with obviously mental health being on the forefront of all of our minds as well, we want to do what's best and what's healthiest for our kids.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I do not see any questions online. I have one question personally, and that is, would you be able to let us know what number of students are not living in St. Albert that are attending the public schools in St. Albert? Because it's been mentioned that a few of the schools in, say, the Northeast are highly populated from Edmonton and so on. So do you have that count at hand or not?
I will have to ask Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Michael Brenies right now. What I can confirm is, for example, Gish, because of the Cocoto program, it is something that's very attractive. And there's often a wait list for people that are outside of our division. So if you live inside, you are first priority to the school in your area or say specifically to Gish. I will let Superintendent Crimson Summers touch base.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't have an exact number to share with you at this point, but we believe it's relative to the number of students that are actually going into Edmonton to access schools. So yes, we have some coming into St. Albert who access some of our schools, but some of our students go into Edmonton to access schools as well. So we believe that the number is relatively close as far as an exchange in student numbers. I don't have an actual number to share with you today.
Appreciate that. Have there been students that would traditionally go to Elmer Gish but don't want to be in those type programs that are pushed to another school outside of their neighborhood?
Nope. Elmer Gish is home to K-6 for the Ainsdale Pineview area.
Okay.
And those students can access that school if that's their choice. Sometimes they leave the area to access other community programs such as our sports academies or things like that, but that's choice,
Okay.
right? And we push students from across the city into Elmer Gish to access the Cocoto program. So it's a little bit of a back and forth over in that area for sure.
Okay, that's clear. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I don't think there's anything else. So, well, I appreciate you attending today and thank you and great information.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, next we have online Nick Legault, if I've pronounced it correctly. Nick, please let me know. And Nick, you're speaking on behalf of the disc golf in Langholm Park. Did you want to speak now or when it comes up on agenda?
I can speak now if that's okay.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, sure. And you're allowed 5 minutes. So can you see the timer on your screen at all? We give a 30-second warning at the end there too. So I think it shows up on your screen. Okay. If not, I can let you know.
Okay, and I'll share my screen here and hopefully everyone can see that too.
Okay, well, thank you for attending today and the room is yours.
Great, well, thanks for the time this afternoon. If you can't hear me, just let me know, or if you can't see the screen. But really what I want to talk about today is that for those who know or don't know is that we've had a temporary disc golf course in Langholm Park since 2020. So I wanted to talk today to council about making that temporary disc golf course a permanent use in Langholm Park. So just in terms of background, for those who don't know what disc golf is, because it's not a mainstream sport like hockey or anything like that. So basically it's similar to ball golf, where instead of balls, we're throwing frisbees and you're throwing into a target that looks like what I've got on the screen here, which is a basket with some chains. It's very accessible in terms of cost. So disc golf is basically played with one frisbee. They range anywhere from $12 to $40. And then a starter set gets you going at around $30 to $60. So it's something that is quite accessible for people to get into and is available to all sorts of age ranges and abilities. Generally, courses are set up in public parks, just like it is set up in Langholm Park today. And then it's also set up in natural areas and then in private land. The one main thing about disc golf is 90% of courses are free to play. So a bit about disc golf itself and how it's grown. So it's actually grown quite significantly over the last 10 years. What I'm showing on the screen here are the stats from the Professional Disc Golf Association and their memberships. But again, that's only a fraction of players who would actually have a membership in there. But it basically, relatively, we can see how it's grown in the last 10 years, and very specifically in the last 2 years. So if you look at the green line between 2019 and 2021, it's grown significantly. 74% of Canadian PDJ the Canadian PDJ memberships have grown 74% from 2020 to 2021. And the most significant age groups have actually, surprisingly, is below 25 and above 75 has actually been the biggest growth in age ranges. And just to compare it to other activities, so in the US, there's 16,000 golf courses, there's roughly 15,000 tennis facilities, there's 10,700 pickleball facilities, and there's 9,500 disc golf courses. And I think a fun fact that they share is that there's more disc golf courses than there are Dunkin' Donuts in the States. What does disc golf look like in Edmonton? So basically it was established in 2001. There's been, like I said, exponential growth in Edmonton, just as been around the world for the sport. The Northwest League, which was set up a couple of years ago, has now grown to 36 members and has been using Langholm Park as one of its venues to host the league. And it's grown 50% from last year to this year. And just for context, 60,000 rounds of disc golf were played in the Edmonton area in the last 2 years. So what's been going on at Langholm? So we've been tracking kind of rounds of play through an app called UDisc. And basically it was established in 2020, like I said. 7,300 recorded rounds have been played, and we estimate that less than half are actually recorded, so you could double those numbers easily. 4,400 hours are spent in the park playing disc golf, which makes it the highest activity in the park that takes place today. 478 unique players were recorded. It's doubled year over year. One big fact is that we've had 400 winter rounds. So you may think disc golf is only a summer sport. We actually saw that double this winter. So if I looked out into the park today, or over the winter, it was all footsteps from disc golfers going through the park. The course itself was rated 3.9 on the course, so it was actually a well-enjoyed course by disc golfers and those who played. It hosted 3 leagues last year and set to host 3 leagues this year, pending the changeover to Kingswood that'll happen later in the summer. And the biggest thing is that with all of this activity in the park, there have been 0 complaints about disc golf in Langholm. So why Langholm? Again, it's a proven concept. We've had positive community engagement. It's ideal for what they call a pocket disc golf course or a pitch and putt, where the holes are around 200 feet. Langholm's average is 214 feet.
Excuse me, sorry, the 30-minute bell just went here just for your own preference. Okay. 30 seconds, sorry. Not 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's centrally located. It's great for fall and winter disc golf, where Kingswood will be removed during fall and winter seasons. There's little or to no design work required to move it forward. We can apply the lesson learned from Kingswood, and it maintains a consistent activity in the park, which otherwise it would be empty, aside from a little bit of soccer and a little bit of baseball. Again, the ask from council is to move forward with a formal process to make it a permanent use in Langholm, and install the equipment to make it so.
Hey, thank you, Nick. That was a great presentation. I learned a lot through that as well. So any questions from council? Counselor Mackay.
Sorry, I've got a candy in my mouth. Thanks, Nick, for your presentation. Just a question in relation to it. I mean, I guess it's that old adage, build it and they will come, but do you believe that we would have the same, or we would have good use in both parks, or we would have, because Kingswood would be a little bit bigger, a little larger, not like you called like that pitch and putt analogy, but so would you believe that they would attract the same individuals, or would we actually get more players from not only our area, but regionally, wherever?
Yeah, I think Kings will attract more regional players just because of its size, like you mentioned. And then where Langholm's kind of fit a good place, one, it's become a bit crowded for the size that it is. So Kingswood comes at a good time to be able to kind of disperse players. One thing that Langholm has really done well is for beginner players and the local community, just because of that central location. I mean, I back onto the park so I can clearly see what goes on a regular basis. And I see people taking their bikes and walking to the park to access that. So, and we saw school groups show up as well to use the facility. So I think it's well positioned for that type of a player. And we've used it for our beginner leagues and the women's league came and played here as well, because it's comparable to a size that we saw from the Hills course that's in the south of Edmonton.
So you're saying the demand would be there for two disc golf courses just because of the uniqueness of both locations?
Absolutely. And the seasonality between summer and winter. So Kingswood will get removed to allow for the cross-country skiing in Kingswood Park, whereas Langholm could be available all 4 seasons.
Thank you.
Counselor Killick.
Nick, thanks very much. And first, I should say thank you to you and your league for cleaning up the spring cleanup and garbage pickup that you did a couple of weeks ago. I noticed that on your opening slide and on your website. So good on you for taking care of the park. I had the opportunity to go over there the other night, and it was very well used. I was surprised how busy it was, and people were out walking their dog between holes, but so that was nice to see as well. The challenge that I see with Langholm though is it would require pretty significant investment. The tee boxes are all worn down right to bare dirt, and people are now sidestepping the actual in between the tee flags and wearing down the grass right beside it. And the hole / basket, same thing, that the grass is getting pretty beat up there. So in terms of cost, have we thought about how much it's going to cost even to build Kingswood versus like doubling things up? Like, would you have a preference if we had to invest money into making one of these permanent? What would your thoughts be on that?
Yeah, like Kingswood's planned to be a permanent site already, and I believe they're speaking later in the meeting today about that. I think that Kingswood will be an 18-hole. This would be a 9-hole course. I think from a cost perspective, like I said, there's a lot of things that have been learned through the Kingswood project that we could apply to the Langholm project as well. And again, we'll be saving on the design because we've been playing this design now for over 2 years and it's been successful. There may be some accommodation we have to make for certain rules to apply for easements, etc. But I think we'll be less expensive to put this course in than we would for the Kingswood course, just because we can leverage some of those learnings into this one. And yeah, your comment on the grass, like, one, that speaks to use, and then secondly is that the tee pads would replace, beating up the grass, because then we would have a proper tee pad in place and have less of that wear.
Okay, so your ask today is to see if sometime in the future it could be prioritized for budget to make Langholm permanent as well as proceed with Kingswood, correct?
Yeah, correct. I think the one thing with Langholm is that it's not a permanent use. It's just a temporary use at this stage. So I guess the first thing would be to do an assessment on whether Langholm could be a permanent use and then move forward on how we would build it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were clear on your ask. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Killick. I have Counselor Jolly online with questions.
Thank you. So Nick, kind of as a follow-up to Councillor Killick's question, does your organization have any opportunity to fundraise for this kind of project? You know, I'm thinking the Nordic Ski Club, for example, funds their courses, if you will. Is that something that you've considered pitching?
No, absolutely. I think one thing I wanted to do today, just one, was move forward in terms of can it be a permanent use in the park? And then certainly we've been working with other organizations. So we're partnered with the Edmonton Disc Golf Association. And then there's other organizations that can support as well, between the Lions and the Rotary, et cetera. And we could fundraise for a portion of it. So yeah, certainly funding could be available to help support building it permanently.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll just confirm if there's any other questions from council. Okay, thank you, Nick. Great presentation. I don't have any questions. The questions I was going to ask council already asked from you. So I appreciate your time and being here and providing the good information to us. So thank you.
Great. Thanks so much.
Okay, next we have Sarah Vanderwolf, who is a chair from the CASAC committee. Is she speaking now or online?
Actually, our Councillor Mancy, she'll be speaking at the
Later.
She's the chair, yeah, so she'll be presenting.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you then. Okay, so any business arising from presentations at all? Sure, Councillor.
I'm just going to ask administration a quick question in relation to the last presentation. And I think maybe I remember reading a little bit in relation to the background or when we get to the Kingswood Golf location, but I mean, has administration been looking at what that number would be, what the costs would be in relation to establishing a permanent disc golf site on Langholm?
So we have not done that detailed analysis. That would require a little bit of work on our part to do that. And obviously there was a desire to keep costs down by borrowing equipment from the other. That would have to be revisited as well.
Yeah, and that was what the intent was, is we would kind of take the equipment that's at Langholm, move it into Kingswood, and then that would mitigate costs. Okay, so I mean, okay. That answers the question. It might generate an information request though, based on that.
Okay, and Councillor Killick?
Simple one with just, I looked and I didn't see that we had received the slides from the school board. So if they were sent electronically, it would be great to have them because there's a heck of a lot of information in there for 5 minutes. And I'm sure I only caught the 1 or 2 key points. So it'd be nice to have that for follow-up.
Right, that's good to note. Thank you. And we have Councillor Hughes now.
Yeah, so hi Diane, I'm going to look at you, although you may be the right person. I'm just going to guess you are. So one of the questions gentleman had was whether this could be a permanent course, and I don't see a reason why it couldn't be. I'm just asking is the staff ever considered that? Is there any reason why it couldn't be a permanent course if we had the funding for it?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. We did the feasibility study on several parks, and Langholm wasn't one of the ones that we did a feasibility study on. So we would like the time to look at that park in terms of the impacts, costs, and feasibility of that park in comparison potentially to other parks that might be better in the city. Manda Wild is online if you would like more information about what she's been doing in terms of the feasibility of parks and what we've been looking at. She's could definitely jump in and answer that as well.
I guess the one thing is when you recommended this, I mean, I know this is coming up, but this is sort of germane, so it's on my brain right now. When we recommended doing Kingswood, why was Langholm not put on it? I'm going to look to you, Amanda. Why was, out of all the feasibilities, this one not included?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair to Councillor Hughes. When we did our feasibility study, we looked at all of the parks and open spaces across the entire city. So Langholm would have been included in that. It doesn't meet the minimum size requirements suggested by the PDGA, Professional Disc Golf Association, for a 9-hole course. So it is smaller than is recommended. So that was one of the criteria that went, there are bigger sites available when we're looking at a permanent course. It doesn't mean it can't be looked at, but it would be a compromise. And as Nick had spoken to a smaller size or potentially, you know, a lower skill level than what we were looking to establish in the permanent course. So that's why that wasn't considered when we did the kind of end recommendation to council.
I see. Okay, so this, from what I hear from both the gentlemen and from what I'm hearing from you, this is a good spot for a beginner course, but not great for if you were actually know how to throw a Frisbee really well. I'm in the first section, not section. So what I'm wondering is, you said that they're willing to do some fundraising to achieve this goal. So I'm hesitant to say put a project charter forward as is, and if we're going to fund the whole thing, if the intention is that we're going to work in partnership. So I'm asking if maybe we can talk later, you guys can ponder how we can word a motion that would have us look at this, but in conjunction with some sort of partnership for funding from outside organizations to make it happen. Does that make sense? Right. So we can talk later because I don't want to put a motion forward because I don't want to pay for the full deal if we actually can make this happen otherwise. And this is going to be a bonus course if we were to do it. So I think that it would be great if we could get funding with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Broadhead online now.
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. Through you to administration. The proponent mentioned that their local association had 35 members. Can you tell me, do we keep, are we able to keep some sort of stats as to who actually plays and how many rounds are played in St. Albert every year? Just a question as to demand.
Thank you for the question through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. I will maybe ask Ben Jonah, our planning specialist, to provide a little bit more detail on the current use. The only way that we have to currently track usage at Langholm is through an app called UDisc. It is the most commonly used app for courses, and we don't have permanent signage in place. So a lot of players, as far as we understand, use that to actually understand the course layout. But we don't have any anecdotal or tracking of the spontaneous use or those that aren't using the tracking. We do know through our needs assessment that disc golf is a growing sport through our recreation needs assessment that we did last year, but we don't have absolute numbers. But Ben, would you mind speaking to the information from UDisc? And I will just share that this is provided through Nick and his group. So we just acknowledge and thank him for keeping the stats for us.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. And through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, thank you for the question. So UDisc, as Amanda mentioned, is an app for disc golf users to record the rounds and their scores, but it also keeps track of statistical information. So for unique users as well as for rounds played. And I believe Nick was able to share some of that information as he is able to provide that to us. So we do have numbers, and it'll take me a moment just to pull them up, but we do have during the summer months, over 130, 140 unique rounds being played through UDisc. And that's also not taken into consideration the spontaneous use that doesn't use the UDisc app.
Yeah, well, I heard that. And so that's the question I have around spontaneous use. I mean, was Langholm used from 9 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night during the summer months? Or like, I'd like to get some sort of feel here because we're proposing spending a fair amount of money in Riverside and in Kingswood, and then to sort of double that up on, I'd like to make sure it's money well spent, and it's I'm sure it'll get used to be sure, but are we investing in 35 people or are we investing in 5,000 people in St. Albert? I'd like to get a feel for that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. If you wouldn't mind submitting that as an information request, we may not be able to provide that level of information as spontaneous use of parks really isn't tracked. And no one really has a good method for doing that. But we can dig a little deeper into the statistics available to us and at least provide a little bit more information.
I will do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for the great questions and great response from administration. So we can now move on to consent agenda if someone would like to put that forward. And again, the reminder is 8.2, 9.1, and 9.2 have been pulled. Councillor Hughes?
Sure. The recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes, April 18th, 2023. 8.1, community services advisory recommendations, community capital grant, CCS 06 grant allocations, and 8.3, appointment to the Arts Development Advisory Committee.
Any questions or concerns before the vote on that one?
Okay, call for the vote.
No? Okay, call for the vote. And that passes unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to the adoption of minutes from council meeting of April 18th, 2023. Pardon me? It was moved. Okay. Okay, that was moved on consent. And now we have the public hearing, which has a time set for 2 p.m. So we can take a short break, I guess. Or I can, well, I'll read the consents, I guess, going forward, so.
Councillor Bermansky, you can just continue on with the agenda until 2 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so approved on consent was 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of April 18th. Approved on consent 8.1, Community Services Advisory Committee recommendations, Community Capital Program grant applications, grant allocations, presented by Sarah Vanderwolf. And 8.2 has been pulled from consent. 8.3, appointment to the Arts Development Advisory Committee. And I can have Councillor was put through on consent. So if Councillor Killick could just mention the name that was put through there for the new committee member.
Excuse me. Yes, and I believe we probably should. Oh, I was just going to say, I think we should on consent on 8.1, we should read out the actual funding amounts that were approved in detail. So before you get to me on, although I can jump ahead to 8.3 and say that Lynn King was appointed to the Arts Development Advisory Committee. So that one is covered off, but I think on process, we should read out 8.1 in detail.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Killick. So congratulations to Lynn King on that Arts Committee.
I can do them if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great.
Ecole Marie Poubaran Parent Society Special Projects for Playground Replacement be funded for $65,000. That Friends of Bertha Kennedy School Society Playground Replacement Project be funded for $65,000. That the Society of Friends for the St. Albert Botanic Park for a second garage storage building be funded for $60,000. That St. Albert Curling Club roof repair and boiler replacement be funded for $20,000. That the St. Albert Men's Slow Pitch Association concession beverage room dugout refurbishing project be funded for $45,000. And the Royal Canadian Legion St. Albert Branch 271 for the HVAC renovation and replacement project be funded for $59,830 for yeah, that's right. Yep.
Thank you for that, Ben. Okay.
So Counselor Bermansky, if I may, we just completed item 8.1. And so if we move to item 8.2, I believe that one was pulled off consent.
Right.
And so I'm not sure which counselor pulled it off consent, but Counselor Hughes may have some questions about that item before we move on to 8.3.
Okay.
Let me go.
Yes, Counselor Hughes on 8.2.
Yeah. So a couple of questions. Let me just get to the right spot, and you move so quickly on me.
That's.
So specifically, I was looking at right now, and I didn't do all the math on all of them, but the out loud funding, it seems to be exceeding the policy amount. So our policy amount says a maximum of 45%, and the amounts being recommended exceeds that. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around that and figure out why the committee didn't follow the policy when they provided their recommendations. And why they had the authority to do that.
I don't know if the committee wants to answer that question initially with their thought process.
It's just like, this is a violation of policy, so I'm trying to understand what went on here that to make us, I'm not asking for the rationale for it, I'm asking why we're violating policy.
I believe then we also have Anna Royer online, and she can provide some context.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. I'm looking at the policy again. I don't see where the 45% is that you have referred to. A number of the groups often receive in excess of 45% when they're applying for a grant. In this case as well, within the budget that was submitted, the Out Loud group had indicated that there was a fair amount of volunteer hours also provided through the Public School Board and through the Out Loud Association. That would basically be a revenue in and revenue out. So the budget was certainly in excess of what was the numbers were provided there.
Because I look at the policy statement and it says that we offer 3 categories. Category A, community celebrations up to 30%, B is 25, and C is 45. Ad hoc community events up to 45% of the funding allowance. So that's where I'm coming up with those numbers. It's just on page 1 of the policy document.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Hughes. If I can just clarify, that 45% is the 45% of the overall funding budget that is allocated through the budget process for community events grant. So where we allocate, where 77,000 is approved for community events, 45% of that would go towards community events. So it's not specific to projects, but specific to the amount of money that would go overall to all community events.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you for explaining that. The other question I had is just, this appears to, like, it's being called a prom, but I don't think 12-year-olds have proms that I'm aware of. Mostly proms are upper high school. So I'm concerned about us paying for one major dance, like a prom, and not paying for everyone else's grads that are also fundraising with significant volunteer activity. Was this discussed at all? Because I'm looking at Paul Kane's putting in like thousands of hours of volunteer work, and they're still having to pay a lot for their tickets for their grad, for example. So I'm concerned about saying that one's going to get preferential treatment over another. And what we're saying for going forward is if all the other grads would also like to have sponsorship from us. So can you just help us just figure out what's going on with that?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I will take a stab at that. This prom is a bit different as it is being sponsored by Out Loud in conjunction with other partners through the school boards, and is really geared towards a vulnerable sector in the community. They are trying to certainly encourage inclusive to allow for whether you're financially vulnerable or if there's others challenges that you are facing in your life. So we are looking at it from more of a social service point of view.
Okay, thank you. Now that I understand where you're coming from, I appreciate that. So thank you.
If I could, from a committee perspective, try and help a little bit with that answer too. The application actually made a cut and paste error, and I spoke to the Out Loud team. it was too late to correct it, but they cut and pasted that their association sees kids from age 12 to 17. And that was stated in bullet 8 of the application. But the clarification is actually in bullet 11 of their application that says, due to the capacity of the venue and safety of underage participants, we are limiting the ages to those in junior and high school. So there was a little bit of a miscommunication, I would say, in terms of age 12 and younger. So it's clearly targeted to the junior high and high school age groups, which is, 16, 17, 8-year-olds, and targeting 100 to 150 kids. So, but I would also encourage us to all read application point number 11, and I'll just read it out. It says, one of the requirements within the grant policy which governs this program is the events must be open and accessible to the public regardless of race, religious beliefs, color, gender, gender identity, gender expression, physical disability, mental disability, age, ancestry, place of origin, marital status, source of income, family status, or sexual orientation. I can't think of a better description of what this event is trying to accomplish.
Okay, so Councillor Killick, you're speaking on behalf of the CSAC committee then, is what you did. Okay, thank you. Any questions from anyone else? Okay.
You just need a motion to,
Yeah, I'll need unless there's any more debate.
Mike's gonna do it.
Okay, okay.
Whoop. Thank you. Need all the help I can get these days. The following applications for the 2023 Spring Ad Hoc Community Events Grant Program be awarded as follows. Number 1, organization, African Descendants Friendship Club of Event, Taste of Africa 2023, $5,000. Organization, Dynamics Gymnastics Club Event, 30th Anniversary Celebration, amount $2,000. Organization, Out Loud Foundation for LGBTQ Community Sports and Services, event Pride Prom, $3,200. Organization, St. Albert Latin Cultural Association event, 2023 St. Albert Latin Festival, amount $5,000. St. Albert Minor Hockey Association event, under 17 AAA Alberta Provincial Championships, amount $5,000. Recommendation for a total recommendation of $20,200. I think that actually, Anna, is that math correct? 20,200 or is it 20,700?
It's correct.
Yeah, it's $20,200.
$20,200 is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Questions from council? Councillor Hughes? Okay.
Yeah, just comments that this was very well reviewed at CSAC in great detail. We had very good backgrounder information prepared by Anna and the team on all of these items, and we had no dissenting votes. I guess it was unanimous decision on all of these funding amounts. So I'm very happy with the work that the backgrounders were prepared and the work that CSAC did in reviewing them and discussing and debating them in detail.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thank you to Anna and the committee for explaining the rationale behind just the one that I was asking about specifically. I really don't want to give anybody who is running a regular grad or prom the impression that we in any way think that they are excluding any type of race or sexual preference in any of their personal events for the regular schooling, because I'm confident that would not be the case. And it's just helpful to understand for the schools that are fundraising and do not have help from the city, the rationale behind it, so that we don't have questions about that later. And the rest of them, I think they're very well done. So thank you guys for the hard work and being able to justify it, because there may have been questions from the public that we didn't want to have to answer after the fact. So thank you.
Okay. Closing comments at all? No.
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. And that passes unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and we've got, so we have a public hearing scheduled for 2 p.m. and that's just a 3-minute wait here. So we'll just break for a quick one. Good, please.
Perfect. Yeah.
Use go. Okay, so we have a timed public hearing. So we'll open that. It's 2 p.m. I hereby open the public hearing concerning bylaw 3/23. Explaining the public hearing, counselors will have an opportunity to declare conflict of interest. Is there any counselor present who wishes to declare a conflict of interest with respect to this public hearing? See none. For today's public hearing, we will follow the procedures outlined in procedure bylaw 24/2022. First, we will hear from administration, then the applicant, and then the public. Council may ask questions after each presenter has had the opportunity to speak. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have up to 5 minutes to speak. Any written submissions that have been received after the stated cutoff time for inclusion in the agenda package may be read into the record verbally by the presenter or their delegate. When there is no further information to share from the public, administration, or the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There will be no debate on this matter, nor decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of second or third readings of this bylaw upon consideration of this matter when it is next considered. Okay, so we'll move forward with administration's presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe it's going to be presented by Mr. Eric Schultz, but I'll turn it over to Christina Peter in advance if she's got any opening remarks.
I think Eric's ready to go. Thank you.
Hello, is my screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Eric Schultz. I'm here from Planning and Development to present bylaw 3/2023, which is a redistricting in the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. Jensen Lakes is a developing residential neighborhood in the northwest quadrant of St. Albert, located north of Villeneuve Road and west of St. Albert Trail. Bylaw 3/2023 is an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw Schedule A. Schedule A graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use district. When there is a change to a land use district in Schedule A, a redistricting occurs. This map shows the area to be redistricted, and it will be accessed from Villeneuve Road via a new road Jensen Gate, as shown by the purple arrows. The Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan shows the area as low-density residential, and this aligns with the city's municipal development plan, Flourish. The applicant is proposing to redistrict approximately 15.6 hectares of land to the following districts: a residential RX, residential lane RXL, public and private service PS, and public park P. The current land use district for most of the land in the area is Urban Reserve, UR, which is a holding district until development occurs. There is one strip of land located on the east side of the proposed redistricting area, highlighted in purple, that is currently districted as medium density residential, R3A, and this one will be redistricted to residential RXL, which will allow the lane product to be used. The application was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, as well as all businesses and residents within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting area. No objections or concerns were raised. In conclusion, the proposed redistricting aligns with both the area structure plan for Jensen Lakes and the city's municipal development plan. Therefore, administration recommends that council approve bylaw 3/2023 as presented today. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Any questions from members of council? Okay, we have Councillor Killick.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on the left-hand side of the map, or on the west side, I guess, where it shows the large park. Is that actually a full park, or is it in light blue? Is it stormwater management pond?
The blue area, or the blue, is a stormwater management facility with sort of looks like a linear park alongside. Amanda may be able to give you more details if you're interested. Is Amanda here? Sorry.
Yeah, I can respond. Thank you, Eric, through the chair to Councillor Killick. As Eric explained, there is a large stormwater management facility and a connector park with a neighborhood park on the south and north ends of the parcel. So it's a little bit of MR space adjacent to the stormwater management facility with the plan development shared through our Jensen Lakes Park Master Plan.
And is that lower pond then where it's marked as a park? As you said, yeah, that part is that already built? Is that what I see when I drive down Villeneuve Road that's already constructed?
I think it's under construction, but I don't think it's finished yet. I haven't been by in a few weeks or a few months, but
Okay, storm pond. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm just in terms of process, the storm pond is already built. How did it get built prior to approval of this area structure plan? I'm not objecting to the actual plan itself. It makes sense. I'm just wondering how construction gets ahead of approval of area structure plan.
I'll ask perhaps Adrian Slett to jump in to respond to that, but this isn't the full scale approval. This is a small scale amendment.
This, Christina, I don't know, or Adrian, I mean, it's maybe a learning.
I actually think that this is a question for engineering, perhaps more so than planning, unless Adrian can shed more light. I see him up on the screen right now.
Did you hear the question, Adrian, or?
Yeah, you were asking, Councillor Killick, you were asking about how the stormwater facility got built before the area structure plan was approved?
Yeah, because we're looking at the area structure plan on the left-hand side.
Sorry, it's before the zoning, the redistricting, not the area structure plan. The area structure plan has been approved.
But that was Councillor Killick's question, was the area structure plan approval.
Or rezoning, sorry.
So it's consistent with the area structure plan. It's just the rezoning that hasn't occurred until now. So the developer can proceed basically following the area structure plan. The redistricting is kind of putting a use to the map, so to speak. But yeah, that wouldn't be out of the normal.
Okay, no, that's perfect, Adrian. That I got things out of sync there, and redistricting is smaller parcels of land, so that's how the pond would have got built earlier than what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's correct. It goes ASP to redistricting and then subdivision theoretically. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, administration. Do we have any further questions from council? Okay, Wes, Councillor Broadhead online.
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. Just a question around designation. Are stormwater management facilities always designated as park? And do they, by being designated park, constitute a part of the 10% of MR that goes towards park and that sort of thing?
Eric, do you want to answer this one or should I?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So the District of Park does allow several uses. I don't have them right in front of me. Maybe Eric can look them up, but that would include stormwater management facilities as a use, public utility. The MR component, though, is only for the actual park, not for the stormwater management facility. So the MR dedication is just for the green that you see on this area structure plan map and not for the blue.
Okay, so the maps that we have in our package actually, you know, I mean, they indicate the whole area, but it's actually just the green area in that map that's actually designated park. The rest is stormwater management.
Yes, because that generally happens. We get down to decimal points when it comes to the land dedication at subdivision. But you follow the area structure plan, and that's where the MR is originally calculated from.
Okay, fair enough. And then just a follow-up question. See the two small RX in the, I guess that would be the northwest corner of this map. There's a portion of park in between that. Would that be part of the trail system in the Nouveau neighborhood, or how does that play? I'm assuming that's park in between there, right?
Sorry, where exactly was that?
So you see those little two squares of RX in the northwest that are redistricting?
Oh, yes.
But there's a little stretch of park in between. Is that part of the, I don't know, Red Willow Trail or the trail system in that new area? Is that how that works?
The lines are in the way of the map. Let me pull up the actual area structure plan. I think it actually might be road.
Oh, well, I'm just looking at, so it says land use bylaw amendment. It's a black and white map that I'm looking at.
Yeah, yeah, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
I would guess then that it would just be I guess a connector between the two neighborhoods, like a little sidewalk to access the park.
Okay, just fair enough. It was intriguing to me that would be there. That hence the question. If it's part of the trail, I'm fine with that. But anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any further council questions for administration? No? Okay, we'll move on to applicant's presentation. Is applicant in attendance? Okay, and we have Bladen Dibben. Okay.
I have a question for them when you're ready.
Okay. So no presentation from the applicant, and council will have a couple of questions for them. So thank you. And thank you for being here today as well. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, if you're ready to take questions to the applicant, I'll ask questions just basically in relation to the last question that Councillor Broadhead had. Eric, can you throw that map back up on there, the black and white one, just so that we can get clarity from the proponent as to, or the applicant, pardon me, as to what that is? Thank you. That little separation. Yeah, so it's not generally, I mean, I guess it's not part of the Red Willow Trail system, but it's more internal into the actual development itself.
Just part of the neighborhood trails.
Yeah, thanks. I just, hopefully that provides some clarity to the rest of council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackay. Any further questions? Okay, I guess everything's really clear to us today. So thank you for spending your time here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there any more questions from anyone? Okay, and Councillor Mackay, you'll request a motion?
Yeah, I'll just make the motion that the public hearing be closed so that the public hearing on bylaw 3/2023 be closed. No comments.
Call for the vote. Okay, and apparently the mayor has joined us online, so will she be voting too?
We have her in the queue.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about, because you're only allowed to vote in the public hearing if you've been here for a substantial part of it. I know this is a non-controversial one, but if she just came for the vote, she was here before?
I've been here for about 25 minutes.
Awesome. Okay, good. I just didn't want to get you in trouble. So, okay, that's all good. Thank you.
And that's unanimous with councillors and mayor all in favor. Okay. Okay,
I can do.
you'll
the
do a second one?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor McKay is ready to motion today.
That's okay. Don't worry. I answered both.
Okay,
That bylaw 3/2023 being amendment 214 to the land use bylaw 9/2005 be read a first time.
any further questions or comments?
No, this is just ongoing. I mean, it's pretty simple request just to move forward in relation to building out our house types and further progression in relation to the Jensen Lake area structure plans.
Excellent. We'll call for the vote. That passes unanimous, and Councillor McKay, will you read a second time?
Yeah, the bylaw 3/2023 be read a second time.
Okay, call for the vote. That's unanimous again, and can we have someone bring forward unanimous consent for consideration? Councillor Hughes?
Hold on a second here. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 3/2023. Nothing further.
Okay, any questions, comments? Call for the vote. That passed unanimous, and back to Councillor McKay for third and final.
Great.
reading.
And that bylaw 3/2023 be read a third and final time. And no comments. Thank you. Just build it, Michaela, build it.
Okay. Okay, any questions or comments on third reading? Call for the vote. And that passes unanimous again. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to 8.2 now. Okay, sorry.
Mayor, I want to do a motion to recall. Actually, we just saw that, and I'm willing to bring that forward. Just give me a second here. So if that's okay with you, I'll put forward the motion to rescind the motion of 8.2, and I'm not sure the exact wording, Marty. You have the wording around?
Sorry, yes, it's in the email that resolution CB 2312 dated today be rescinded.
That's perfect. So that resolution CB 23-12 dated May 2nd, 2023 be rescinded. And the reason for this is that I would like to bring forward a motion following this to increase the amount appointed Dynamic Student Masters Club from what was recommended 2,000 to 3,000, which was their full ask, because they were the only ones that didn't get their full ask. So that's it.
Any questions for that one? Call for the vote. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Jolly against. Thank you. Okay, now we did mention prior 8.3 appointment to the arts.
No, now I have to change the funding amount. So I'd like to do an amendment to.
And just for the record, everyone, I was opposed as well.
Oh.
So make sure my votes are getting counted, Councillor Brzezinski.
Oh. So it's 2 against. Kathy's against as well.
Yes, it was 6-1 with Councillor Jolly against.
She's opposed as well, so it's
Oh.
2 opposed.
2 opposed then, sorry.
Perfect.
I think I'd like to change my vote. In that I put the first motion forward with the previous funding amounts, I'd like to oppose reopening it. And
Can we keep
register.
the votes up on screen because they just disappeared, so I'm not sure where they sit right now.
Would we like to redo that vote? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselor Bermansky, if you push the far right button that says previous vote, you'll get everyone's vote.
Okay, but so we're voting again though.
Yes, just 1 second. We're getting it ready.
A call for the vote.
Can I enter into debate, Chair?
Yes, Counselor Jolly.
So I mean, I've already opposed this, but the reason I'm opposing it is the reason that we have a Community Services Advisory Committee is to advise us on these grants. They spend hours reviewing grant applications. I have not reviewed this grant application. It was never provided to council. There is no way for me to appropriately review these, and that's why we have a Community Services Advisory Committee. So that's why I'm opposing this. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Jolly. I'd just like to, number one, echo your comments and add a finer clarification. The committee did review in detail all of the 5 ad hoc requests. And when we looked at the detail, which was extensive for the gymnastics, it was determined that through a unanimous vote of the committee, after extensive review and debate, that the $2,000 would or was appropriate. And I wouldn't want to get into more detail as to why that was, because that debate was in camera and it would be very difficult here to
Just a point of order. Are we debating the resolution or are we debating the potential 8.2 later?
Oh.
Maybe your argument. So, I mean, Marta, can you provide clarity in relation to that? I mean, we're only debating whether or not that this should be rescinded. So far, the argument would be as if this was successful and we went back to 8.2, and so.
Yes, the motion on the floor is about whether the resolution previously passed, which was to fund in the amount of 2,000, should stay. So right now, if you vote in support of rescinding, then you will have a chance to talk about whether to increase the funding amount.
that's all good. I apologize. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but I would just simply say it was well debated in CSAC, and to reopen it up here in council without council having all of the information that was provided would kind of undo the reason we have a committee of residents.
Councillor Hughes to close.
Yeah, so we're talking about $1,000 here, not $100,000. Just first of all, before we start making something into larger than what it is. And I just want to have an opportunity to have that discussion. I think that there was several on council. This is Councillor Bermansky's first time at chairing. And I think that there were some questions that we had and it kind of just fell through. So we just wanted to have this debate. That's all there is to it. If you guys don't want to vote in favor of it, all your prerogative, you just let us go forward. I'm just asking for the chance to have the debate. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone's patience. And call for the vote, please. Okay, and that passes at a 4-3 vote with Councillor Killick, Councillor Jolly, and Mayor Herron opposing. So Councillor Hughes, you'll continue with your motion.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is an amendment to 8.2, which is the funding amount for Dynamics Gymnastics Club 30th anniversary celebration be increased from 2,000 to 3,000. I'm just checking if there's any questions. I can do opening comments if you'd like. Okay, so when I look at all, I understand that the committee went through all this. I also understand they had to fit within a budget. And the gymnastics before, they've come and asked us for funding before, and we haven't actually given them all their money they've asked for either. And we had debates about that last council. And I feel uncomfortable with the idea that every other one who asked for money got their full funding with the exception of one. And for $1,000, I would just like to make sure that the playing field is as equal as possible on this. And I don't, unless there's a reason we need to go in camera to explain why it's imperative that we don't give the extra $1,000. I think that I would just personally, I'd like to just see that if it's possible that everybody who came forward gets the money funding that they requested, especially since one group got more than what they requested. And it could have been at the expense of this one for all I know. And so if that's the case, I think that if we're willing to give more than that for one fund and cover it up, we can just do the extra 1,000 so that Dynamics would also have the best celebration that they can for their celebrations. So that's what I'm looking for. This is just, if there's a reason why we really need to get it back from 3 to 2, though, I'm more than willing to go on camera and have that understanding. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councillor Killick?
Yeah, I think the level of detail and the rigor that we applied during the discussion at CSAC and why we landed on the $2,000 amount would require us to
Councillor
go.
Killick, could you do questions before comments, please? Questions?
We're in debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Would require us to go in camera.
We have Councillor Broadhead online.
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. To me, the previous vote was procedural. This one is to the meat of the debate, and I appreciate your heart, Councillor Hughes, but it may only be $1,000, but it is in fact the principle of whether or not we support the committee that we've established to review these grant applications. And they have reviewed the applications and we have not. And to summarily overturn their judgment and give them dollars, to me, certainly would require an in-camera to understand why that would be true. But in the absence of that, I'd like to support our committee, and we have a council member on that committee. And so council's actually represented. And if that was passed unanimously at committee, then I'm not sure we should be overturning them. Thank you, Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, and Mayor Heron online with comments.
Yeah, sorry, 'cause I actually don't have questions because you already accepted the motion and entered into debate. But I'll just ditto what Councillor Broadhead just said, and Councillor Killick. It's not actually about $1,000. It's about the principle of why we have committees to do this work. And I'm going to 100% support their decision. So I have nothing further.
Okay, any further comments?
I'll just add my 2 cents. I understand what we're talking about. I guess without knowing, I mean, I've been involved with these discussions in camera at the committee level many times in my role, both on council and both as a resident and member of CSAC. So I'm stuck because like I agree with the concept that $1,000. We're only talking about $1,000 here, but again, I wasn't there for the conversation, and I did not look at the application, which is obvious. That's why we have CSAC, and that's why there's councillors there on committees. So I'm going to trust the process in this case, and I'm going to support the original motion.
Okay, and I do have one comment. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I do have one comment. I did, review the applications and further, look at this closer. And I feel that when we're working with the community, this group has not asked for money for a long, long time. And their percentage is quite low in comparison to everyone else. And I appreciate Councillor Hughes putting through this motion, as it is the one group that did not get their ask. And I mean, we want to support all the events and the best, support of these community groups we can. So I will vote. I believe, I support this. So, and that's it for comments. Anyone further? Okay, Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. I realize this is probably going to fail. And I realize that we have something that comes out to the committees and ask them for their recommendations, but it's also a recommendation. It's not set in stone, which means that as a council, we have the right to change our mind about what they recommend. And in this case, I definitely thought we should at least have the discussion. I'd have not seen the application and gone through that committee. However, I can tell you that $1,000 can mean a lot to a celebration. And we are making we're reducing how much we're providing by a third to them. And so unless it was something dramatic that we are completely unaware of, I don't see the harm in doing $1,000 to help them have the best celebration that they can. And simple as that. So I just wanted to at least have this discussion because these guys were the odd man out as far as not receiving their full ask. And I think that we definitely should, if nothing else, I think if this happens in the future, I would like to have, even if it's a confidential memo, explaining why that's happening so that we don't have to have these discussions going later. Because when we are doing something, one person or one group is not being treated the same as all the others have been, it'd be helpful for council to have those understanding prior to. But without that information, I would still like to give them the $1,000. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Call for the vote. That motion fails with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bermansky in favor.
So now we do 8.2 again, correct, Chair?
Correct.
Let me just find it here.
So we'll go back to 8.2 again.
Yeah.
And we'll just call for the vote. Does anyone have any comments prior?
Do we need to read it in again, Marta?
Yes, please.
So do you want Councillor Kilt to do it again? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, sorry, I was just, that the following applications for the 2023 Spring Ad Hoc Community Events Grant Program be awarded as follows. 1, Organization African and African Descendants Friendship Club of St. Albert event Taste of Africa 2023 in the amount of $5,000. Or Organization Dynamics Gymnastics Club event 30th anniversary celebration amount $2,000. Organization Out Loud Foundation for LGBTQ community support and services Pride Prom amount $3,200. Organization St. Albert Latin Cultural Association event 2023 St. Albert Latin Festival amount of $5,000. St. Albert Minor Hockey Association event under 17 AAA Alberta Provincial Championships amount $5,000.
Any comments?
Good debate. Good to have council engaged and ask the questions. And as I had mentioned previously, it was fully debated. Everybody read the documents. We went back and forth on it and arrived at these numbers, and we felt very comfortable. And the chair did a great job in making sure that She had asked for any additional comments from any of the members to really ensure that community input was provided and heard at every opportunity as we went through each one of these. And we unanimously agreed on each one of the amounts that we had just mentioned of items 1 to 5. So I think we've arrived at a good funding level. And it should align with the amounts as recommended.
Thank you. We'll call for the vote. And that passes unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to, once again, 8.3 was passed on consent, the appointment to the Arts Development Advisory Committee, that Lynn King be appointed as a member of the Arts Development Advisory Committee, ADAC, for a term ending December 31st, 2024. Next item on the agenda is 9.1. I'll just check if anyone needs a break before we do 9.1. Everyone's good. Okay, so we'll go forward with that one then. And if someone wants to presentation from administration.
In this instance, I do not believe we have a presentation, but we are prepared to answer any questions or address any concerns that have. Suzanne Finley is online to do so.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. I pulled it, so I just wanted to go over it. So we're coming back to do the final tax assessment next meeting, I'm assuming, like when we actually do the mill rate, that will be the next meeting, correct? Okay. So, and there isn't any other expectations after this. We're looking at a 4.1% tax increase as our final number, right? Yeah.
Hey. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Sorry, I was just going to say yes. As far as the tax levy, it's at 4.1.
Perfect. So I just wanted to just double check, just because I may be aware, I may not be aware completely, and the public may not be aware. I know that we increased the electrical franchise fee revenue. We acknowledge that. And so we are basing that on last year's, have we increased how much we are estimating the electrical franchise fee this year as more than last year or the same as last year?
We are increasing it because electrical franchise fees was actually higher because we went from the 12 to the 15, and then based on current trends, we are adding it an additional 190,000 over that amount.
So I realize that, but are we basing the number on what it was last year, or are we also doing? Are we also estimating it will be even higher than the final number for last year for this year?
Sorry, I'm just taking a look at our notes here.
If you just give us 5 minutes, we have that information handy.
Okay, it's okay. I can ask that. And then the other thing we had was we had the employment benefit cost. So is this wage changes, or is it benefits, or is it both, or is it just because the WCB? I was kind of a little confused when I read it.
Sure, I have Ryan on hand, but I can just initially, it is due to an increase in the benefit rates that have been happening over the last couple of years, in addition to increases through WCB premiums. I'm not sure if Ryan has any more that he'd like to add to it.
Nope, Suzanne, you nailed it. It's a combination of both WCB and increased premium charges on our third-party provider of employee benefits.
Okay. So just so the public's aware, this increase is not as a result of a wage increase, all that was budgeted. This is basically things that are out of our control.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, perfect. Just so the public, when they read it, don't misinterpret what we're doing here, because it's easy to misinterpret things. And so we have the cancellation, and then the investment, but thank you. The investment revenue is because our interest rates are going up, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's it. That's it for questions. Thank you. I'm willing to bring forward the motion if there's no others. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Killick, you have a question?
Yeah, Suzanne, I was just trying to follow the math. and it's on page 58 of the material. In our package, it was page 2 of 4 of your document. So the assessment growth is going up in a positive way, 416,000. But that is basically a wash because we're accounting for that going into the 3 items that you've identified there in our life cycle reserves, stabilization, et cetera. So the first real growth number in terms of revenue is 492,000. And then we add to that investment, as Councillor Hughes had said, from interest. We're making more on interest than we are paying out. So we get positive 400,000. We have a positive 170,000 for electrical franchise fee. So that means we're going up a total of 1,062,000.
It's a little bit confusing when you have assessment growth, because what you have to remember is that we had assessment growth increase of 416,000. And so what we do is we apply the 104 and we apply the 83 against our base. So effectively what's happening is that the value of our property has increased higher. So it always looks funny because we have to add in the 228, but what it is that you have a higher or a wider base that you're able to draw the tax budget from. So even though you kind of have to look at the 104 and the 83 as going against the revenue, so it's not a strict $416,000 is getting added to the base. The way it is that we're using the 104 and the 83 too, to kind of reduce our taxes. And then the 228.8 is actually going to be added to our transfer to reserve, because what that reflects is the amount of our new growth assessment, that high level base that we're not going to be applying against our current budget and that we can use for other budgets. So it's a little bit complicated. Stephen Bannerman, I'm not sure if he's online, would be able to assess it, but that's the way that we utilize our assessment growth revenue in coming up with our budgets. Or maybe Diane might be able to clarify that a bit more.
Yeah, so the only thing I would add is the 2 pieces that Suzanne was speaking about, the sorry, I'm just going to get back up to that section. The 104,000 where it says to offset the base, and the contribution to life cycle, think of those as revenues. So if you add those in as revenues and then subtract off our extra expense for the benefits, that's how you come to that difference.
So, okay, so by reducing our tax increase amount from 4.6 forecast to 4.1, what is the total number of tax requirement? Because at 4.6, it was 124,886,300, but it didn't state in the package what at 4.1 is.
It's 124,841,900. I think it's number 2 on the recommended motion.
Is that okay? So the spreadsheet that was attached on the next page doesn't reflect that. Was that just showing what our historical, when it was 4.6, wasn't adjusted to show the 4?
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the consolidated municipal and operating budget show a net tax requirement of, it should be at the bottom, the total 124,842?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's in thousands of dollars. So it's reflecting 124,800,000 and rounded up. So that's our net tax levy.
Okay. Good. Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure I followed the numbers properly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Killick, I'm glad you're cleared up on that one. Councillor Hughes, thank you for your questions that made things very, very clear to the public on a lot of things that, citizens would not necessarily be aware of. So that's appreciated. Would you like to put forward the motion?
Yeah, and just before I do, did you get it? I don't know if staff had an answer about the electrical franchise fee, just so that I didn't waste a question on you. If you don't have an answer, then I just know to move on, but
No, I do have an answer. So the original budget was the 5.779, 5.7, and now it's forecasted with the increase to 5.9. So it did increase from the 3.9 last year because we went from the 10 to 15. And in addition, we recorded or analyzed the growth through to the first quarter. And we reflected all those increases in that 1.7.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good work. Okay, I'm willing to put forth the motion that 228,800 of assessment revenue be transferred to the growth stabilization reserve, and that 223 final consolidated municipal and utility budget in the amount of $329,449,000 and the net tax requirement of $124,841,900,000. As shown in the attachment bill titled 2023 Adjusted Consolidated Municipal and Utility Budget be approved.
Yeah, I think we've had the questions and any further comments.
I just wanted to thank administration for going through this and trying to find additional savings. And I know I brought forth the electrical franchise fee and the gas, and it was definitely reviewed and looked into. So I really appreciate that. And we're looking at a 4.1% tax increase, and we started with a 9.2 when we started this entire process 9 months ago. So thank you to everybody who's got this down. This last, just so you know, the numbers, Councillor Killick in the end was 460,200 was taken off with these motions today. And we have 228,800 now that we can apply to next year's tax relief if necessary. So thank you. That's it.
A lot of good news there. Call for the vote. And that passes unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to 9.2 that was pulled from consent by Councillor Jolly. So opening questions on that one. Councillor Jolly online.
Yeah, thank you. So I already sent my questions, Amanda, but I guess I want to almost revise it. It sounds like the condition of the equipment that's at Langholm is not ideal. So are we still looking to repurpose that at Kingswood, and kind of what's the impact of using that possibly not in good shape equipment?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Jolie, and through the chair. As far as we know, the equipment is in okay shape. We do have a couple of extras that we ordered in case things broke in the interim between building Langholm and Kingswood. So we do have a couple of extras if any of them are not in operable condition. So that was kind of anticipated. But we did actually just have our staff go out yesterday and didn't note any significant concerns. So anything else is just more cosmetic or minor.
So I guess to that point, into my original question, I mean, apart from, the grass being in kind of rough shape because it's so well used, what would be the cost of just leaving those in Langholm while they stand up and purchasing new ones for Kingswood?
Yeah, we thank you for the question again through the chair. We did look into that, and basket costs have gone up, of course, because everything's gone up recently. But to replace and keep our spares that we need to keep, it would be approximately $5,900.
So if we increase the budget by whatever's being proposed in this, plus another $6,000, we could keep both sites going kind of in the interim. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is correct. We would certainly recommend looking and based on direction from council, looking at what interim would mean because the original information from September 21 was that we were going to remove the temporary course to put the permanent one in. So we could certainly do that in the interim, but we are noticing some damage and some turf concerns as well. So we would appreciate clarity from council or perhaps a notice of motion or IR to get a sense of what that may mean at an interim basis as opposed to a permanent at Langholm.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my next question is probably to Mr. Fletcher. I'm prepared to bring forward this motion and just add that extra $5,900 to keep both courses for now. Would you be looking for, I guess, a motion to kind of review that temporary course in 2024 to kind of look at the feasibility of keeping it going longer than don't know, to the end of 2024 or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. That's exactly it, Counselor. We'd recommend then we can deal with sort of the two pieces of it. One would be to enable, providing the council decides the construction of Kingswood, and leaving in an interim basis the Langholm piece, but directing us to go and do a fulsome assessment of what it would take then to make Langholm, I guess, permanent in terms of the long term.
And so the 2024, keeping it open through to the end of 2024, that would be reasonable. It's probably going to be Amanda answering that question.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah, through the
Okay.
season into 2024, I think is absolutely achievable.
Okay, thank you. I guess to Cheryl, I would love some help crafting that. Or Marta. That's all I have right now.
Okay, Counselor Killick with your question.
Thank you. Like I said, when I went out and looked at Langholm, it really struck me that, you know, good use, number one. So that's kudos to the Disc Golf Association. But what I observed was the tee boxes, as I said, and around the baskets or holes, the grass was very, very worn out in you know, I would say more than a 4 by 12 foot section in the tee box. And when we make it permanent, or if we were to make it permanent, the whole idea of and debate that we've had ongoing about Kingswood is to find a way to make tee boxes with artificial turf or something. I'm not sure what the final design is, rubber or what, something that would not interfere with Nordic use. So my concern is that we would look to try and keep Langholm open, but at the same time, the grass is getting destroyed. And the only way to keep it open in an efficient way without destroying the park is end up putting down some kind of artificial turf / rubber. Same problem that we've had trying to resolve with a permanent facility at Langholm. And the longer we keep, or at Kingswood, sorry, and the longer we keep Langholm open, the worse the grass gets. So the problem gets bigger. Branches are getting broken off trees because the baskets or the holes, if you will, are hidden in trees to make them actually difficult to, or more challenging, I should say, to the disc golf players. But trees are getting damaged, grass is getting damaged. The longer we keep it open, the worse it gets. So I'm more inclined to just, with that perspective, to say we should just move ahead with making Kingswood permanent and building it new and moving those baskets over to allow it to be an 18-hole course. So I'm more being supportive here of the recommendation from administration. So I guess as a question, am I missing anything, Amanda? Is that not what was proposed?
Yeah. If I may, Councillor Killick, when the original proposal came forward, the commitment to the disc golf community was to allow Langholm to exist in an interim basis, as the community had set it up as an informal course. Home Depot buckets hanging out of trees. Originally, council supported the interim basis at Langholm, subject to the completion of the feasibility study for a permanent home for disc golf here in St. Albert. As you're aware, as we've worked through the stakeholders at Kingswood, it took a little bit more time. So Langholm has become a little bit run down. It was never really meant for that to last for a longer period of time. So we are seeing turf damage and things like that. I believe Ms. Caulfield has put in the chat a potential motion to look at. Potentially we could maintain it. We will see continued degradation of the turf, but to assess Langholm or another smaller community level site if Langholm ends up not being completely appropriate. We've learned quite a bit over the last couple of years about disc golf, but we would like to bring forward to council a full report on what moving Langholm to a permanent status could look like, including addressing things like existing turf damage, installation of permanent T-pads to a material that is the most cost effective to that site. Our recommendations for Kingswood are to a higher standard, and that is because of the existing use on the site and needing to maintain really flush infrastructure in the ground, and keeping things as consistent as possible from a cross-country ski perspective. So I suspect that we will come back with slightly different recommendations, hopefully less expensive than Kingswood. But administration would suggest that something needs to be done to enable the continued use of Langholm at minimum, if not moving to a different site. So we would just like to bring forward a report on that, as opposed to trying to answer the questions today on whether it should be a permanent site or not, if that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. And I just don't want to slow down the permanent build at Kingswood. So would this have any, like what we just discussed, would that have any impact in slowing down we've done all this public consultation, we've come up with the right way to mitigate use between Nordic trails and disc golf. Like I don't want to lose all that momentum and work. So can that be accomplished with doing the other part as we just discussed around Langholm?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, yes, we can advance the work. There's some delay potentially in disc golf baskets, so there may be periods of time where we have to do some juggling a little bit there, just with the industry supply issues we've got going on. But yes, I would suggest that we can. The assessment can be done by administration. It may take some time just due to capacity issues, and as you noted, if Langholm were to be maintained in the interim, we will see some damage. It is not a high use site outside of the soccer field and the baseball diamond for the next kind of 6 to 8 weeks. But we will see some continued impact to the turf, which will impact the ultimate cost if that site is made permanent.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I think most of it's been responded to in the answers, but to administration. So if I'm not sure yet whether Councillor Jolly's going to put forward the motion for today or if it's going to come in the notice of motion for another time, but just ballpark figures in relation to costs. I just heard, I think, Amanda, you were mentioning that you would come back with kind of a scaled down version, just taking into consideration kind of the smaller version of that disc golf. You said that baskets are $5,900 each, but what would it look like? I mean, if you were to replace turf and put in artificial grass or tee boxes and anything else that would require, you probably even have to maybe move some of the holes, just looking at some of the damage to the trees and damage to the ground. A ballpark figure potentially, and you can give me a class D if you want.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, certainly without, I'm really hesitant to give you a number because we were wrong on Kingswood as construction costs have gone a little bit wonky and they're very, very hard to predict right now. But half the cost of Kingswood would be a regional base to start with, and then we'd work downwards from that. But we do have turf damage at Langholm that we don't have at Kingswood. So I would suggest that perhaps in the $70,000 range might be reasonable. But again, that's we'd be able to provide a much more robust response through a notice of motion or IR.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Would you anticipate that you would have to do some more consultation with the community in relation to that? I mean, like you've identified in a previous response, I mean, this was an interim measure until we actually got a permanent facility. Would you anticipate having to go back to the public?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, thank you for that question. And that was one of the major kind of stumbling blocks to the interim versus permanent at Langholm is when we change uses in parks, we find it's a really good practice to consult with, especially the adjacent landowners, but the neighborhood in particular. So we would want to do that and make sure that there aren't any concerns that we aren't aware of. We have been tracking over the last couple of years any complaints or issues and actually haven't received any, but that doesn't mean that there's no concerns. So we would want to go out and do that touch to the neighborhood and make sure that there's nothing major we're missing.
All right, thank you very much for the response.
Counselor Hughes?
Thank you. So Amanda, just so I'm clear, that this is still going to be open this year no matter what, right? Like we're not going to have the Kingswood open. When's the opening expected for Kingswood? How do I put the words in the right direction here?
Through the chair and to Councillor Hughes, thank you for the question. Should council approve the budget increase, we are ready to award the contract for construction at Kingswood. So we are hopeful that within about 4 to 6 weeks, we could have it open, depending on how long the grass takes to kind of start regrowing around the tee pads.
So at that time, would the Langholm one be immediately closed?
That would be the intent. We have planned on repurposing the baskets from Langholm into the new build.
Right, we're moving those little guys over. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at you, Councillor Jolly, because you have a motion that I don't remember specifically. Is yours to keep it open permanently, the motion, or to keep it open for this year?
Just to keep it open for the net until I said through 2024, because it sounds like the temporary can kind of hold up for the next year and a half. And so basically that extra $5,900 would give us 2 seasons at the beginner course that you and I can go to.
Okay. This all makes sense to me now. So I will also, in conjunction to your motion, Councillor Jolly, I'll put forward notice of motion and I'll type it up for the end of the meeting that Amanda, that the staff can provide us a feasibility report for where to put a beginner's course, which is basically what the Langholm is more like a beginner's course, but you know what I mean when I say that. And so that we can discuss whether or not Langholm is an option or if it's somewhere else and what the cost would be. So that way we can have that discussion. Okay, so, and it's going to be written, I'm going to say poorly compared to what it could be. So you guys are welcome to come back and massage it so it actually reflects what we need to have said in it. And that's it for questions for me.
I just have a question. I want to make sure we're making the right information. Is it $5,900 a basket? So 5,900 times 9?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, we need an additional 8 baskets to maintain our spare inventory and move. We safeguarded ourselves a little bit, so it's 8 baskets at $650 each, and then there's shipping costs on top of that. So it's $5,900 total additional would be required to maintain Langholm.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Jolly, I don't have a request for motion or to speak. Did you want to bring anything forward at this time or?
Yes, I can bring that motion forward.
Thank you.
Are you ready for me to read that in?
Yep, thank you.
So that the budget for the Kingswood Park Disc Golf Project number 422306 be increased by $47,900 for a total budget of $147,900 to both move forward with the Kingswood site and keep the temporary Langholm site open through 2024, funded through the capital reserve.
Okay, any opening comments on that one?
Yeah, I really appreciated the comments earlier in the meeting about how popular this beginner course is in Langholm. And Councillor Killick has mentioned that, some of the pads are in kind of rough shape. And to me, what that means is people are using it, which is fantastic. I love that for an extra $5,900, we can keep this site activated, if you will, busy with people for the next two seasons. Certainly Kingswood is the priority, and having that permanent site in there is a priority. And I'm pleased that the Nordic Ski folk have been accommodated because that's my sport. So I really appreciate that kind of those two groups were working together to come to a solution for the permanent site. But that extra little bump in budget is just to have both sites going, because why not? And I look forward to the feasibility study that will follow to see what we can do on a permanent basis.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Killick. Just debate now? Okay. So debate.
Yeah, I just kind of echo those comments. Like I said, I went over there the other night and beautiful evening and it was a well-used facility. So as I mentioned, there were young kids there. There were moms and dads, people walking their dog from hole to hole on leash, I would note, throwing discs around. So and I was actually surprised in the when you look at the disc golf website that how many people play it in the winter and how many people lost their discs in the snow and have their phone numbers written on the back so they get returned. So it's actually surprising that to me that this is a 4-season sport. So something that we can add to St. Albert, and I'm glad to hear that we can try and keep both of them open. And most importantly, move forward with the permanent facility at Kingswood.
Sorry, debate from Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought this forward, Councillor Jolly, because I do think that there's value in keeping both of them open, especially because they really do gear to two different audiences. So one is for people who would feel more comfortable in a smaller course, and one is for people that are much more into the sport and have a higher skill level. So actually acknowledging that if you're a beginner and you wanted to go into that hard course, you could easily just work yourself out of it in a hurry out of frustration because you just can't do it. You just can't do it. You have to start small and then baby steps, then start sprinting. So I think that keeping both of them open is great. And who knew that this would be so popular, right? That we're actually wearing out courses in just a couple of years. So in some ways it's a good news story because it's people out. And I think that this keeping both open and then having a discussion further about how we'll address the smaller courses, I think is a great way to handle this. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and I do, sorry, Councillor Mackay popped
Yeah,
up.
no, I just
Hold
want
my
to
comment.
could you just make the one little change from Kingswood Park Disc Gold to golf?
I said it correctly for what it's worth.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, if we can get gold on that site, then that'll pay for itself. But
And I just do have one comment for myself. I support this motion as well, and it's actually exciting that it's going to be spruced up there, and then maybe all of us council can go to the beginner course at first and see where it goes from there. So thanks for putting this motion forward. We'll call for the vote. And that passes unanimous. And we are on to 9.3. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. Okay.
And so we have Jay Mason just coming, there he is. He's going to offer some opening comments.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a short presentation for council on this AR. So I'll just share my screen now.
Thank you.
Does everyone see that?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Perfect. Okay, so this presentation is on the St. Albert Life Cycle Repair Project, which is part of our PW 031 RMR program for facilities. So I wanted to thank you for taking time to join us today to review this exciting project. My name is Jay Mason. I'm the Director of Public Operations. The goal of this presentation today is to provide you all with an update on the current status of the project, which is a major component of the PW 031 facilities RMR program, as well as outline some of the key next steps and decisions that need to be addressed to move the project into the construction stage. Setting the context. Up first, we will briefly review the steps already taken from project origination through to this presentation here today. We will then touch base on the current state of the project. Here we will focus on items such as the current project budget and forecast, project schedule and timelines, as well as highlight the current constraints and challenges the project is currently facing. I will then present what the next steps of the project are and make some recommendations to help assist with the decisions that need to be made to allow the project to advance to the next stage. St. Albert Place is a key piece of the City of St. Albert's building infrastructure, originally designed by architect Douglas J. Cardinal and completed for construction in 1981 with completion in 1983. It was designated as a municipal historical resources in 2009 under bylaw 26-2009. St. Albert Place is home to the City of St. Albert Public Library, the Musée Heritage Museum, the Art and Theatre, and numerous City of St. Albert administration departments, as well as various community programs and events such as the City Farmers Market each year. Preliminary building assessments. In September 2018, a preliminary City of St. Albert building condition assessment was completed for 19 of the municipal buildings, which included St. Albert Place. This preliminary assessment was meant to identify and summarize, based solely on a visual review of the facilities and their operating components, items needed to be repaired and or replaced as a result of them reaching their end of their design life cycles. The summary from the assessment ranked each item at each facility as either being low, medium, or high priority in terms of needing immediate attention. The summary also prioritized which facilities needed attention before others. As a result of this study being completed, the PW RMR Charter PW031 was created with the intent of providing funding to continue to extend the life cycle of these facilities via large life cycle repairs and replacements. This value of the charter was based on 3% or 4.77 million of the building's replacement value and was planned to be recurring for a minimum of a 10-year period. In 2020, the city hired Associated Engineering to complete a further detailed life cycle assessment and prioritization study. This study advanced the Amoresco report beyond a visual inspection and focused solely on St. Albert Place and Fountain Park Recreation Center, which were identified as a top priority due to their usage and age. At the conclusion of the study, a report outlining the scopes of work required for detailed design was provided based on not only a needs basis, but also based on cost optimization model. These scopes of work would become the basis of the city's RFP for detailed design and construction management services for each facility. In January of 2021, an RFP was released for SAP and was ultimately awarded to ACI Architecture and their lead engineering sub-consultant, Associated Engineering. Costs have been revised to 14 million, which is what was shown for our grant application. Construction was intended to split into 2 phases. The construction managers. Delays waiting for grant results resulted us to pause design and construction. Small scopes, some of the front counter work, accessible gender-neutral bathroom were completed, and a kiln is still to follow. We now have the official grant funds and secured costing from Delnor on the long lead items, mechanical, electrical, which are 12 to 14 months. Costing has since increased since our 2021 plans due to the current market, as well as premiums now paying for the higher level of design associated with the grant. It's no longer just a like for like with this energy efficiency grant. Costing has increased to 18.5 million, with the details to follow on the next slides. Project funding. Currently, the basis of the funding for the project is from PW031 Municipal Facility Asset Program. The yearly 4.77 million is required to be front-ended for 2024 and 2025 due to the high value of work to complete on St. Albert Place. This increase would be funded through infrastructure reserves and would not impact the tax rate. The GICB grant has recently imposed a deadline of March 2026 for invoices to be settled, as the grant will end at that time. All invoices are recommended by the grant group to be submitted by September of 2025 to be processed by the grant closure date, which has removed schedule contingencies, as much of the work would require summer weather, such as glazing and mechanical system replacements. This project must also incorporate and be consistent with historical resource designation. The biggest challenge right now is that the yearly amount of 4.77 million is not enough for us to get the scopes of work underway without needing to stack 3 years of funding on top of each other. There is risk with this as we see costs continue to increase, and the loss of economies of scale by doing multiple scopes at the same time is no longer valid. Procurement timelines of 12 to 14 months are concerning. Early approval of this RMR charter would gain us upwards of 6 weeks of construction, which may not seem like a lot, but when you're talking about construction season, that approximates out to 25%. Overall city contribution is 12.8 million, with GICB offering 5.7 million for a total of $18,500,000. On the heritage conservation side of things, our design team has engaged with Arts and Heritage Foundation and brought on a heritage consultant to review current proposed plans. The significant change in the character defining elements will be to the pond and the waterfall. Due to the building code requirements, the pond cannot remain without designating it as a pool, and significant operational upgrades initiated. Examples would be a lifeguard or safety railings due to the depth. The pool basin will thus be raised, but a similar fountain and the retaining wall will remain. The slope glazing will remain, but the waterfall will not be operational full-time, nor will it be used as a cooling the atrium in the future. This is a rendering of the proposed SAP fountain. The intent is to maintain the character defining elements and to meet today's building code requirements. Facility user impacts. There's going to be disruption of workspaces inside during phases such as the electrical, the building envelope scopes, not only to the city staff, but also to the leaseholders and general community users of the space. This will likely need a duration of time with power. We will also likely need a duration of time with power outages to complete the work, as well as localized lighting upgrades will impact office spaces. Work to the exterior brickwork and slope glazing will be noisy and something we need to prepare to work around. All this ties into what our new working model, hybrid versus office full-time, and we need to be aware of that. As schedules and work packages are finalized, facility tenants will receive communication detailing the work and possible impacts. All work will be coordinated to minimize impacts as much as possible. Recommendations. The approval of AR 23-250 for an increased funding in 2024 from 4.77 million to 12.8 million. An early approval of this charter ahead of RMR approvals will add required time to initiate contracts for long lead time items to maximize construction time within these grant constraints that are now there. We also need a CAO review and acceptance of the Heritage Conservation Plan to allow designs to be completed. This meeting has been held previously last week, and so it's dependent on the outcome of this council decision. Upon that, continue planning. If we get approval for development for building disruptions, the work from home directed engagement with our stakeholders will occur. And with that, I'll open the floor to any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Jay. And we have Councillor Hughes with the first question for you.
First of all, thank you for this. It was extremely well explained, and we have a very clear idea of where we're moving forward on this. So this was awesome. So thank you for this as a standard. But beyond that, so I know we're asking to recommend the 12.7 early. This is not going to affect our capital budget for this year, right? Because we're just going to be, because we all have to make the budget balance. So I'm like, I'm going to look at you, Diane. How does about budget balance when we're moving it forward, but we don't actually have the money yet, but we're using it for next year's money now without having it affect the total envelope for this year?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So over the last couple of years, as we've been adding our 1.5% RMR budget, we've been putting it into a reserve kind of for the facilities maintenance. But because we've been funding PW031 partially through that reserve, but partially through pay-as-you-go, partially through grants. So we've actually built up money in that reserve. So while we're bringing it forward, we actually have funding in the reserve. So it's not going to impact what's available for growth in the upcoming years. That was one thing I double checked on before we went forward with this, is that we do actually have enough cash in the reserve. It will pretty much deplete the reserve, but then we will continue to put in the 1.5% RMR that will get it caught back up again. But it isn't going to impact the 24 budget in terms of what's available for other RMR as well as growth projects.
So it'll affect 2024, but not 2020. Hold on, I'm just working here in my brain. We're going into 2024 budget in a week here. So, but the total capital envelope for 2024 won't be affected because we're going to be taking it from other sources. That's what you're saying to me,
Yeah,
right?
so we're taking it from reserves that are already established. So we are sort of already have cash in the bank. And over time, the plan is that PW031 charter will be actually reduced in future years to make up for that. So within the 10 years, it all balances.
Yeah, I know. I thought 10 years from now. It's okay. We have repairs that need to be done now. So I understand your logic of why you moved it back, but I suspect in 9 years it'll move back up again. But that won't be my problem. So we'll let somebody else deal with that. The other question I had was, okay, you had a picture, Jay, of the fountain. So is it going to be a splash park or is it just going to be a fountain? Because I thought your rendering was kind of funny because it looks pretty straightforward and simple. So are we just raising the bed? We're just going to raise the bed and keep the fountain as is. Is that correct? So it's the most cost-effective way to handle it?
Yes, that's correct. As through the chair to Councillor Hughes, one of the challenges with this is maintaining those sort of initial designs that Mr. Cardinal had in place and work with the conservation design team. One of the core, that is sort of a core item. So this is sort of the best sort of agreement of how we're going to move forward with maintaining what the intent is with the wall and the shape and all the things that Mr. Cardinal wanted to achieve with that, while still meeting current building code. So it's essentially going to be bringing the basin up to the basis of that stub wall that's there, and having a fountain that would recycle back down. There'll be a drainage within there, but it's a non-usable. It's more of a visual feature versus an actual splash feature.
And so, Councillor, early on in the process, there was discussion about removing that and turning it into a splash pad, which I briefed you on a couple of times, based on the character defining elements and the other issues that Jay has spoken about. This is the recommended way ahead.
Cool. So is there going to be any water in there, or is it just going to kind of like, just going to go and drain right away? So nobody can drown, right? Okay, perfect. And then the last one I had was the character defining elements. So is it just exterior for the character defining, or what is the definition of character defining? Because if you said it, I kind of missed it, so forgive me, but I'd love to get a bit more understanding of that.
Through the chair. So within the bylaw, it actually lists the character defining elements that were within the initial design parameters. And a lot of those are exterior. There's really nothing on the interior that is within that bylaw that we have to maintain. So those character defining, the major ones are the brickwork, the glazing, the slope glazing, the fountain, the waterfall. And so with working with the conservation person, they found out ways that we can achieve with current materials what was intended in the original item. So as an example, the waterfall won't be used permanently as it was now, which caused a lot of the issues with leakage, etc., and calcification of the columns. So we then would, but because it's a defining element, we're going to keep it operational so that we'll use it for special occasions as defined in the future, etc. So it's still going to be there. It just won't be a permanent function in the summer. We'll have our revised mechanical systems will take over sort of what was being used to cool the H-ring. So so as far as the exterior, there's going to be no significant changes. This would be the only one that has some of a change.
Okay, so in the character defining elements, the council desk wasn't in there, right? That's awesome. Okay, thank you.
Well, I should just that one I won't confirm that. I think there might be some challenges there, but I'll get back to you on that one.
So you're telling me it's exterior and the council desk is the two?
Yeah, as far as this program went, what we were looking at doing from an RMR perspective was strictly exterior. But as far as the interior goes, because we weren't doing any major replacements, I'd have to look further into that one.
Okay, well, I'll look with the hope that you'll find the same level of solutions you found for the exterior for the interior. Let me put it that way. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Councillor Killick?
Thanks for the information, Jay. You had mentioned that part of the challenge of wanting to get the full amount approved is that the government came back and announced that all work has to be completed by March 31st, 2026, which is 6 months sooner than they had originally indicated. My question is that unique to St. Albert? Because their website for the GIBC grant still says in several places the later completion date. So is this something unique to St. Albert Place and their funding here, or is that across the whole program?
Through the chair, Councillor Killick, I believe it's across the whole program. So our senior project manager, Carson Weirs, as well as our grant coordinator, were part of that conversation with the federal government. And that was the date they imposed to us. That was just recently. So that was just at the end of March. So it might be possible they haven't updated their websites. But I believe that's the complete GISP program. If Carson Weirs is on right now, I can ask him to provide some comment.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, the information that was shared with us in our grant coordination meeting was that the program as it currently stands is due to close at the end of March of 2026. So they've asked that all invoicing and construction is completed in advance of that, acknowledging that there's going to be a time delay in rebates and processing of those final invoices. So they've told us, we asked the exact same question. Is this specific to our project or is it across the board? And the information that was shared is that it's across the board for all the successful projects right now. I know there has been the question of, are they going to hold us to that or is there potential for change? And unfortunately, they're just not able to share any more information beyond those dates at this point in time.
It just as a comment, it strikes me very weird that with all the tight constraints on delivery, that they would shorten a build cycle for, I forget how many billion, $6 billion program at the Fed level, like just surprised me. The other question is, again, I think you've answered it, but they announced it on March 20th here publicly. And you said you received a letter saying the dates had changed to have the work done sooner on March like 23rd. So something changed that quickly from the announcement to in 3 days, they lop off 6 months of build time.
Through the chair, Councilor Kulik. So the March 20th public announcement was actually a couple of months delayed. So the initial plan for us was to announce it earlier. It was the grant group that came back and asked us to hold that public announcement because they had some internal stuff they had to work through. So it was March 27th, I believe. Of course, I could confirm that. But so yeah, from a public perspective, you're correct. It was very quickly after the formal announcement that they came back in their initial meeting after we'd done the announcement. They met with our grant coordinator as well as Carson, and that's what the information they were giving to us at that time.
Okay. The other one is just in a numbers sense. We've publicly stated 8.2 million from St. Albert, Fed's throwing in 5.7. That's 13.9. You're asking for 12.8 million approval. And in one of the documents on page 73, it says 18.5 million. So trying to, again, kind of square the financial circle here.
Through the chair, Councilor Kulik, the 8.2, I'll have to ask Carson to provide some information on that. Our current costs right now are 12.8 for St. Albert and 5.7 for the federal government for 18.5. The 8 million may have been an aged one from a couple years back when we were doing our initial visual inspections with very high level costing at that time. But I can pass it to Carson to provide some more information.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Kulik. When we originally applied for the grant, which was back in June of 2021, our hard costs were expected to be just under $14 million, so 13.9. And that's how we got the breakup of 8.2 from the city contribution and 5.7 from the GICB grant. Since it took, I guess, about 17 months to get formal confirmation that we were successful in getting the grant, we have seen cost increases as well as we had to work through some redesign work after our grant submission was completed to accommodate the concerns around the heritage design of some of the components as well. So we've seen a few cost increases and knowing that the procurement challenges we're seeing right now, unfortunately, our costs have risen to $18.5 million. We have approached the Grant Foundation to ask if they would be willing to revisit the grant allotment for us. And unfortunately, at this point in time, they have declined to increase that value. So any additional funding above the original $14 million estimated costs would be required to be covered by the city at this point in time.
You read my mind in terms of increased costs and asking the feds for to increase their percentage. So it sounds like that's a no-go. But again, it's just a 50% increase in nine months. It just speaks volumes of the challenges we're finding with increased costs all across all projects. But this is a good project to do, so I guess we have to close our eyes and bite the bullet, so to speak. So thank you for the clarifications.
Thank you, Counselor Killick. I just have one question for administration quickly. Jay, back to your diagram of the fountain there. Could you just bring that up again, please? It's kind of a quick flash and it's kind of looked like one fountain at one end. So I just want to see that again. Yeah.
You're muted as well, Jay.
Sorry, are you able to see that now?
No.
Oh, here it comes. Sorry.
Okay, so is that directly in the center and there's just the one spray there and that's it and the rest is concrete, or what is the rest of the?
Yeah, that's correct. Through the chair, it'd be through to the chair, it'd be a concrete basin with one centralized fountain. It sort of mirrors the existing fountain.
Okay, that's it. Thanks. It looked like it was at one end when the picture flashed through there before. So appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. And I have a request from Councillor Mackay to request a motion. So.
Yeah, if all the questions are done. Yeah, no, I'll bring forward the motion, Chair. That the 2024 municipal RMR capital budget for PW-031 municipal facilities repairs and renewal be approved in the amount of $12,800,000.
Any opening comments? On
Yeah,
that?
no, I mean, I think great questions, great presentation. I want to congratulate administration. I know, I mean, just from the previous questions, we saw how the cost escalations have increased in such a short time. Not only are we dealing with constraints of this building, which is due to its age and use, and municipal designation kind of restricts us and kind of puts some limitations and other further constraints on us. Now compiled with restrictions just brought forward in previous questioning around the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program. I mean, you know, this is kind of critical that we start to move on this right now. I mean, if we're going to get this work moving forward, and I think it's necessary work because, I mean, in addition, I mean, you know, the grant is going to be necessary because it's going to allow us to do some unique energy and accessibility upgrades. We already seen the plan with the washrooms on the first level. Now we're going to have solar on the roof. And, you know, I wish we could have had the splash park. I really do. I sense that, you know, St. Albert Place, you know, it would be somewhat unique and it is attracting. A matter of fact, as I was coming in the building today, people were looking inside wondering why there was no water in that facility. And I'm sure administration probably gets a few inquiries around that, but like we heard several years ago in Edmonton, you know, what was allowable years ago in the 80s is no longer allowable, and particularly around water features. And we could have kept the water features, but we would have had to get lifeguards. So it would have put us in some challenges. So this is exciting because as someone that works in this building only a little bit, I can see that it needs repairs on the exterior and the interior, but I imagine that for everybody that actually works inside this building, these will be appreciative repairs and maintenances and enhancements. So I'll leave it at that.
And comments or debate from Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I was actually here when this building first came up, when they had to cut back the size of the library and they were worried about things sinking, et cetera. And yet it still stands today. So this is just obviously a no brainer. Thank you for just letting us have this. We can maximize, like bring it forward so we can maximize use of that grant so that we can actually do as much as possible. I don't think there's been any major repairs done to this building in, 40 years. So well past overdue. I'm glad to hear that we're going to work together, Jay, to get this desk addressed. Excellent. That's not the only exception to the exterior that has to be maintained. So I'm looking forward to that. And this report was exactly what I was hoping to see when we come forward with major projects for PW-031, so that we have a clear understanding of what's going on. I know it's RMR, but it's major stuff that we're often doing, and just letting everybody understand what's going forward, I think is extremely helpful. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killick.
Yeah, I had the unfortunate experience of spending a few minutes reading the GIBC grant application document. And I just really would seriously like to recognize the team that put our application in back in 2021. You know, to come out of it with $5.7 million from the federal government is fantastic. That's money that taxpayers of St. Albert don't have to pay. And I know it's probably 2 or 3 people's work that were behind the scenes doing that, but it's super important work and they deserve full recognition. Mr. Fletcher, to whoever they are. I don't know who the team is, Jay, and probably Diana on the finance side, but good work. And congratulations on getting $5.7 million of funding for this very important project.
Okay, and I have one comment. I'm happy with the fountain as compared to the spray park. I think it's going to look great. And it was exciting to hear that we'll have that waterfall for special events. I mean, it's kind of a landmark of this building and, you know, and people really did love it. And we're finding the win-win in both worlds. So appreciate that and appreciate the work that was decided. To close, Councillor Mackay.
No, all good comments, nothing more.
Call for the vote.
We're just waiting for Councillor Broadhead.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, we're still waiting.
I'm trying. Doesn't want to go. In favor. I'll eventually get it to you there via the chat.
Okay, so that carries unanimous. And I think what we'll do, we've got emergent items and it'll be quick. There's not much left in the meeting, but a lot of us just need a quick bio break. So we'll just call 10 minutes for a break if we could, please. Thank you. Okay, is everyone back online?
The room has been unmuted.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, I see everyone online. So we're back at it here and we're into, right now we're into council motions. So we'll go with Councillor Hughes on the first one.
Sure. So it's the Millennium Park design motion, which is that administration provide council with 3 alternative Millennium Park designs. Don't ask me why my mouse is not working. Design options that are categorized based on the cost and scope as a high, medium, low levels development by Q4 2023, which incorporate as part of the design alternatives the feedback heard at the April 4th, 2023 Special Committee of the Whole meeting, and which permits the current scope of work in the project charter to continue. All alternatives should prioritize design elements that support event use and consider increasing the amount of open space, increasing viewscape opportunities to the river, and accessing flow between Snort Place, Millennium Park, and Lions Park beyond what is suggested in the original concept plan.
Excellent, thank you. The next one is by Councillor.
No questions. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, any questions on that one, please? No. Okay. Okay, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So let me just get my thoughts here together. So council, we had the meeting on April 4th. I think that we all agreed that there were certain things we'd like to see either added or taken away from the original design. But what administration doesn't have now is a clear idea of where to go forward or how to go forward. And so I know that administration said that it would be helpful if we gave at least a motion so they know what to do. And I'm not going to presuppose that my personal opinions were the right ones to do. So what this intention is just so that this RFP based on the background is already reflecting this opportunity. So if it does move forward, it can happen, to give us some options for low, medium cost usage and cost. And that way we can kind of determine and come back next budget time to at least have an idea of what we want to move forward and have a consensus that this is what we want for the final design. Now, I realize that we approved this in budget last year, but I also think that there were several of us that had issues at that time. And definitely there were things that we didn't all agree about the April 4th meeting. So there wasn't a consensus where we could say move forward and administration come up with it. So the intention of this is just so that we can have the flow work better, that we can have those open spaces that we heard about from other people, like Mayor Herron, you mentioned that you'd like to see that, and have all that reflected. So that way when we come forward at the end of this year, hopefully we'll have something that we can all get behind, especially for this park, because this is really the last area of downtown that we will be developing. It's certainly the last park space of downtown that we'll be developing. So this isn't just an average park to many people. This is the center of the community park as we complete the picture of what the downtown core park area will look like. And so for that, I think that we need to put a bit more attention into this and just continue to follow through from what we did on April 4th. So that way, when we come forward, we're confident about what we're doing. And if we end up with the same design as before, that opportunity is still there. But I think there's a potential that we can make it even better than what we have. And once you've built this is it. So I would really like to see this come forward have that full discussion, look at all the alternatives, look at the costs and the pros and cons, and then come up with something that we think would go forward from when the build actually happens. And as it says in this motion, it's not stopping the work from happening as it is right now. And we're pretty confident that the servicing, regardless of what's being built, would probably follow those lines anyway. So this will still allow the servicing to continue as is. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I have questions for Mayor Herron online.
Councillor Baranski, you shouldn't be doing debate before questions. So did I miss question opportunities?
We can't
I
hear you,
just heard
Mayor
opening
Herron.
comments.
She asked if she missed question period.
Yes. Mayor Herron, do you have a question? We can't hear you.
Mayor Herron, I think you might be on the phone mode instead of the speaker mode.
Can you hear me now?
Not very clear in the chamber.
It might be just cellular. I'll put it in the chat.
It's okay, I got it. I got it. Okay. Nothing there yet. Okay.
Heard that, Wes.
Wes, you're not muted. Counselor. Okay.
Now you are. You're good.
Okay, so Mayor Heron has put in the chat to go to the next person. So do we have other questions? Okay, any other questions? So,
We're in debate, so I can hold her for a second. I can add some comments.
okay,
And that'll just, I guess I agree with the motion moving forward, but I think the main piece is that this still allows us administration to complete the plan site technical studies that we were kind of hung up on, or I was hung up on initially in the SCAL meeting. So the geotechnical, the environmental, the servicing, all the historical work can all move forward, and then we can move into the actual option development, if that's the direction that we move, whether we pick low, medium, high, door number 4, whatever, which one we have. At least for me, this allows us to continue going, because I know that the RFP is out. So I'm just looking forward to at least having that continue until we can actually get something back later in the year.
okay, so Councillor Mackay, the mayor typed in here questions before debate. So we'll go back to any questions if anyone has them. So Councillor Jolly, do you have a question?
Just debate.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Killick?
Yeah, thank you. I just, in the backgrounder, it said approval of this motion will delay completion of this phase of the project into 2024. Could someone speak to that and clarify what exactly that means?
I'll ask Amanda to jump in on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, it does take time to develop concept options, bring them forward to council for decisions, update project charters, things like that. So the original charter assumed a relatively stable scope with a known, we were going to do some tweaks and some updates to the concept plan, with the addition of additional options that will take time to develop. And then, as I mentioned, go through the governance process. So it is going to add somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 months onto the project. Or sorry, did not mean 3 to 5 months, apologies. It'll add a minimum of 6 weeks to the project, if not longer. So that is the consequence of doing additional options is that time delay. And depending on how quickly our consultant works and when we can get on agendas and all of that, it could add even longer time frame onto that.
So 6 weeks, is that 6 weeks of your work and then scheduling, etc.
Precisely. So likely around 3 months, somewhere around that time frame is what we'd anticipating adding on to the scope. And additionally, we may not have enough budget, so there may need to be another ask for budget to actually fully complete scope. So that could delay things further as well.
Is that all, Councillor Killick?
No, yeah, I just wanted to clearly understand that. I'm still processing what that
Okay,
means.
so I'll just move
Thank you.
on here. I have a question online from Mayor Heron. It says, if this fails, is it administration's understanding that we continue with the high option?
Through the chair to Mayor Heron, yes, essentially it is administration's understanding that subject to those high-level directions provided at the April 4th SCAL meeting, that the current concept plan would continue with the same budget. So we're calling it a high option, but with the existing budget of 15.8, as we heard at the April 4th SCOW meeting, that we should be aiming to not exceed that budget regardless of the level of development. So that's kind of our high budget, if that makes sense.
Okay, and I'd just like Mayor Herron to confirm that she heard that, if she could please, by thumbs up or yes or something. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so any further questions? Okay, now we can go to debate. Oh, Councillor Killick.
So Amanda, could you just reiterate in your own words what the high options and input that you received are? So
yeah, certainly. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, our understanding as reflected in the agenda report is that council would like us to prioritize the spending of dollars and the updating of the concept plan to prioritize events, that we need the additional open space. That's a priority for the tweaks or updates to the current concept plan, and that connectivity and flow of people between St. Albert Plaza, Millennium Park and Lions Park was also something that we should assess, as well as viewscapes to the river. So those are kind of the base understanding that administration came out of the April 4th SCOW meeting as kind of relatively consensus based, and that we would move forward to update the design based on.
Thank you.
But I think, Amanda, if I could, Councillor, just to follow on that, as we look at the low, medium and high options, the other piece then is the infrastructure component of Millennium Park. So Amanda, maybe you can just jump in and talk about that. But so what Amanda just described, I think is a prioritization of effort, and that's common to all. And I think we look at the infrastructure, the facilities, and part of the park is also part of the low, medium, high calculus. Amanda, am I off base there?
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Should this motion pass, essentially we would add in the low and medium option, which based on the input we received, which wasn't consensus based, the low option would remove all those buildings, indoor facilities, and the water and ice feature, except those that are administration would bring forward as really necessary to support the events use. The medium option would look to a reduced level of indoor space for public use. So we heard kind of somewhere in like a Kingswood Pavilion or some indoor space, whatever is required to manage the site. From a cost perspective, we also suggested in the AR that medium option would remove the water ice feature as well. But we would do a lot more investigation. This is our initial response to what we understand the intent of the motion is.
Thank you.
Okay, are we finished with questions? Any further? Okay, we'll go to debate, and we have Councillor Jolly online.
Thank you. So the best way to increase costs for St. Albert residents is to continually revisit an approved project. For this project, our staff completed comprehensive research and consultation to come up with their plan. And I am confident in what they've come up with. I don't, I am not an expert in planning. I am not one of the however many people that participated in our consultation process, residents of St. Albert who participated in that, and I want to see this project go forward. I understand that revisiting a project like this is going to take the time of our staff away from other projects that are important to us, and those delays, as we've seen even today in the increase to disc golf baskets, delays mean higher costs for the things we need to make this a reality. So I'm opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Killick. Okay, Councillor Killick's withdrawn. Anyone else on debate? Okay. The only thing that I'd like to mention on this, on my behalf on debate is that I know that we want to go forward and get it done, but the fact is the funding isn't 100% there yet. And I mean, it's a large cost to the city. And sometimes it's good to, you can, when you're building anything, whether it be in your home or wherever, you get lots of quotes, I mean, maybe the quotes cost you extra time or money, but you get it done right when you get it done. So I would like to see this, still this information provided. We have an idea of the high, medium and low, but I mean, maybe we'll find some middle ground somewhere. And so I think it's worth looking into. And if there's no further debate, Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. Just want to remind, I realize it'll take a couple extra weeks or a month or two to complete this, but this is not scheduled for next year for construction to do the actual build site. I think it's like 2029 is currently scheduled unless it gets fast tracked. So this is not actually delaying the construction of this at all. All we're simply going to do is just have the designs available to us and have more options next year. Instead of just pursuing with what we have. So when I look at increased costs, what we have right now is the approval at the highest cost option without having really explored any of the lower options. So I don't see how actually the RFP is currently written to allow this to happen. So it's not going to increase the RFP. If it does cost me $10,000 or $20,000 in the end to actually have the options and be secure about this, I think this is an investment worth having. This is the last park that we have in this area. And I just don't, personally, I'm not comfortable with the design that they have. I don't know why there's no change rooms when you're having a splash park. I think that this rink is too small to have usable use for anything over the age of 5 because it'll be too small. So I have serious concerns with it. And before it moves forward into construction phase, I just want to have a review to see if there's any other options. And I understand there were some on council that were completely comfortable with the previous design, but there were others that were not. And having a review and having it say, here's what the alternatives are, and then coming to a decision, I don't think it's hurting anybody, quite frankly. It allows us to have a proper review of it all. The only time we've actually had council direct input in this project was on April 4th after it was approved. So this allows council to have some input before we agree to something of spending $15 million. And perhaps if we look at it, we decide that we would agree to a lower cost option, it might enable us to be able to move it forward faster, because $15 million plus is going to be cost prohibitive moving it forward at any time right now, based on all the other demands that we have and our current debt issues. So this is really a no harm option. It's just about allowing us to have a proper discussion. I do not feel at the end of April 4th that administration had clear direction, and they certainly did not have consensus about everything they wanted from the meeting and how to move forward. And they were clear that they would like a motion to give them that kind of direction, which is what I'm providing today. That's it. Thank you.
I'll call for the vote. It's not showing. That motion That motion passes with Councillor Jolly and Mayor Herron opposed. So now we'll move on to 11.2, and that's Councillor Killick bringing that motion forward.
Yes, thank you. The proposed motion is that the mayor write a letter to TELUS requesting they reconsider the recent notification that the pure fiber expansion is on hold for 2023, and requesting that TELUS honor their original commitment to expanding the TELUS pure fiber to all residents of St. Albert as originally expressed by TELUS during the launch announcement in April 2019 and subsequent presentation to council in June 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Opening comments? Questions? No questions on screen, so. Okay. Okay, Counselor Mackay?
Yeah,
question?
just a question. I mean, we've done. I guess we've got to ask, right? And I mean, the question is to you, you worked in that industry for your entire life, work life. I mean, and is this the procedure? I mean, in the sense of it, I mean, from your awareness of the industry and some of the challenges around that, and based on the presentation to council last year or whenever it was, I mean, do you think it's just dollars, or do you think it's change in priorities for them? I mean, you don't think this is a slight on our community, right?
No, I would definitely say it's not a slight on St. Albert or St. Albert residents or businesses. My experience in this industry, and specifically in building networks, and the sooner you can complete an entire community, the easier it is to market and sell to that community and move on to the next one. So you typically over 2 or 3 years complete a project or complete a community, a city, whatever, and then move on. It's very unusual that you would see a project stopped because just as it is with a city, when we stop a project and then restart it up a year later, there's a whole bunch of other miscellaneous startup costs. I would like to, I'm not in the know of anything. I've been retired for several years, and but to me this would seem unusual. And to even further answer your question, Councillor Mackay, I was shared the information that a neighboring municipality had announced that they were 100% complete. So that just added an additional level of support, saying we really would be better served for St. Albert residents and businesses. I was surprised to see on the coverage map that TELUS provided that there's still a large number of businesses along St. Albert Trail that don't have coverage as well or access to high-speed fiber. So.
Okay, I have a question for Councillor Killick. I don't know if in your research or if you can even answer this, but I know that with the Pure Fiber installations, there was a lot of problems with it too. So I mean, is there a possibility that maybe they're on hold to kind of work out some of those glitches? And you probably may not have the answer, but it might be a consideration.
Yeah, I don't know of any problems. There are certainly challenges, supply challenges, conduit, fiber, switching equipment. But the build, I would say, the TELUS Pure Fiber build is continuing in other neighborhoods or other municipalities, whether it be Calgary or let me say Alberta or BC. So it just struck me that if it can proceed in other areas with challenges, for sure, and I would rather hear directly from TELUS what the reason is, rather than just saying it's on hold. So clarity around that, and then we could figure out how to address it for our residents and businesses.
Okay, and I just have another question for administration. Was there an update from TELUS on why they stopped it that you're already aware of?
I believe we do have some additional information. Joanne Graham is online.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Bernansky. Yes, administration was able to meet with TELUS on April the 28th, and they provided some information in terms of the rationale for pausing. So I think the first thing that's important to know is that they have paused their pure fiber build in all communities in Alberta, with the exception of communities where they had a contract or a partnership with the municipality. And in the case of Spruce Grove, they actually had a partnership wherein the city of Spruce Grove contributed funding and TELUS contributed funding. So the primary reasons they identified for pausing all the communities within Alberta, firstly, not surprising, is inflation and interest rates. But very predominantly, it's the impact of the federal government's decision to ban the Huawei technology and to require that it be removed from all of the existing 4G infrastructure by December 2027. So they have had to dismantle the Huawei infrastructure on all of their antennas. And so primarily we're seeing pressures on the capital that they had available for all the builds across Alberta.
Hey, Councillor Killick, does that answer your questions? Do you still want to go forward with your motion or?
Well, we may want to proceed with the letter and ask them if there's anything we can do to help move it forward. I would hate to give up on our residents and businesses without at least trying. And see if there's a way that we can even move it forward in a small way would be a win for every resident, every single resident that can get fiber more than they have today would be a win for that resident. So I'd like to move forward with this.
Yes, if I may add, through the chair to Councillor Killick, when we met with Todd Worrell in TELUS, he did express a desire that he said that if you wanted to meet with him, or you and Mayor Herron wanted to meet with him, he was very open to that. And that there may be some other alternatives they may consider. It would not be a fiber alternative. It might be a future 5G and wireless alternative. So certainly TELUS is very opening to sitting down with any members of council.
Well, that's great. Thanks, Joanne. I think that just speaks volumes. That's really what I want to accomplish, is how can we move forward with a better quality of service for our residents. So that I think the letter would kind of kickstart that progress on our side and say we're serious about meeting with them as well. So
you still want the motion then? Okay, we'll accept that motion. Any debate?
Well, I think on debate, it's just simply that we're trying to do the best thing for our residents and businesses, that more and more people rely on high bandwidth services, whether it be, kids playing video games, work from home, education from home at the university level, businesses running everything that they do on the internet, cash machines, debit machines, service ordering. There's an app for everything that gets fulfilled over a high-speed internet connection. So it's, whether it's food delivery or education delivery, it really needs higher speed bandwidth, and whatever we can do to help move that along for our residents and businesses. As I said, it's not just purely a residential perspective. I was surprised to see in the coverage map that TELUS had provided that it had slowed down, and anything we can do to find a way to work with them to move it forward would be, I think would be appreciated by our residents and our businesses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Killick. I have Natalie Jolly online with debate. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I feel strange even entering into debate on this motion, because this feels like a public disagreement with a private business decisions, and that makes me uneasy. I could name any number of businesses in St. Albert that impact the well-being of St. Albert residents, but I'm not going to call them out on that. I don't think that's our place unless, you know, we are willing, for example, like Spruce Grove, to put up money to help move this forward. And I don't believe we're in a place to do that. Certainly it would be great having higher speed internet throughout St. Albert. But I've read our smart city plan. I support having kind of those connections, but I don't see how this letter will move that forward. And if TELUS is listening, I'd be happy to meet with them. I'd love to know kind of what options are for us to support them, but I'd like to do that privately. Thank you.
We'll go to Councillor Broadhead online.
Well, for me, it just gets down to what the motion is, and that is write a letter. And if we can write a letter to TELUS indicating that, we are really supportive of their pure fiber network expansion in the city of St. Albert, and we would like to see it continue, and we would like to meet and discuss what sort of options are available, because this is good for our community. There's no denying that. And in the end, it's a letter of an invitation to talk. And I recognize that they've reached out and said, we'll talk, but this is a letter from the mayor. And that solidifies things. And it certainly puts in stone our desire to meet and chat over this, and our desire to see the infrastructure in our community improve. Now, to the point that was made earlier, whether or not we're in a place to be able to financially support it or not, that would be a different question altogether. But a simple letter to invite a conversation, I think this is a given. I mean, we shouldn't even have to debate it, quite honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And Councillor Broadhead, well said. So I'm just going to keep it really brief because I don't think I can pass you on that one today. But I would like to add that when TELUS came in, they did not do it with the assumption or even suggestion that we were going to financially support this endeavor. They said they're going to do it on their own and they were going to complete it. So the fact that some other communities have financially supported it, that might have been an agreement with them, but it was not an agreement for us. And so asking them to honor what they started to finish it and putting it out on the table, I think it's a good follow-up. I think people who are anticipating it and we're looking forward to getting it would like to see us at least try to make some action to see if we can make it happen. And unless we actually have those discussions, there's no opportunity whatsoever. But the fact that Spruce Grove is paying for something does not mean that we have to, because that was never put in place when they came forward, that they were going to require financial support from us to make it happen. That's it. Thank you.
No, I have one comment. Councillor Broadhead, you convinced me it's a letter. So I mean, we're not voting for much further than that. So I'll support this motion. That's it. Any further comment? That's it.
No, thank you.
We'll call for the vote. I don't have the vote showing here yet.
We're just waiting for the mayor, just seeing if she's still in the meeting.
So we have Councillor Jolly put opposed in here, Councillor Broadhead in favor. I don't have anything from the mayor here.
She's not present. She dropped off the call, it looks like.
Okay.
Count.
Oh,
the mayor's
she's
back.
got-
Mayor Herron, we're just in the middle of voting on item 11.2. So if you're present at the meeting, we would request that you put your vote in the chat.
Yes. We have in favor on chat from Mayor Herron. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Jolly opposed. Okay, moving along, information request, notice of motion and announcement. So our first notice will go to Councillor Hughes.
So I'm just going to put forward that notice of motion just so it's clear, because I put it in through the website earlier today. The administration provide a feasibility report of potential locations for smaller or beginner disc level golf course, including costs, pros and cons of locations by October 31st, 2023. And if there's any issues with it, looking to the Diane, let me know and I'm willing to work with you. Absolutely. Okay. I also had one other comment. We got that memo from planning and development about what you're going to do with the business development. And I was like, you guys rocked it out of the park. So I just wanted to, that was one of the best memos I've ever read this year. I think just that money's being spent well, I think, to try to figure out what it was, and it was taken very seriously. And I think we're going to get some really good results out of it. So thank you for that. It was a really good news story to me to see that this is going to be used to really help planning development just become a lot stronger. And they took that opportunity and ran with it. So just want to acknowledge that. Might be a memo, but it was it really said a lot. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, are there any further notes? Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, I got one, and I think Councillor Killick's got a couple, and I've seen Councillor Jolly's hand still up. Mine is, and it's around the 2024-2032 growth plan addition, and that the development of a business case for a new police facility be added to the 2024 to 2032 municipal growth capital plan. But I didn't put by what time. So, I mean, if you want to put a time, or if you think it needs a time or whatever, but I just think it just goes into the prioritization and whatever it goes.
Okay, and Councillor Killick?
Yeah, thank you. Just a revision to my notice of motion on election sign bylaw amendments. And this was at a request from administration to give them more time to analyze what's currently happening with election signs in the city. And so that would change my notice of motion to bring it forward for debate at this, from changing it from June 6th regular council meeting to debate at the September 19th, 2023 regular council meeting. So that's one of them. I had an information request that I had just sent in that I can read in. And that is that I noticed considerable repetitive damage from snow clearing, grass cutting, and grass trimming to the bark at the trunk of the base of many trees, which is causing them stunted growth or to die prematurely. And what can be done to avoid this damage? What are the options and best practices and costs to eliminate damage? And what are the benefits due to reduced tree replacement costs? And then if you'd like to go to Councillor Jolly, I do have just a general question for administration. I can do it now too. First off, in light of the street sweeping that's been completed, and it's a great job that's been done in, I think, record time. What's the best way for residents to report streets that have been missed or maybe partially missed? Should they use this Spruce It Up app to report that, or phone Public Works to report it? I've seen a few posts on Facebook, which does not help anybody. So I'm asking that question so we can give some clear guidance for any kind of spot cleaning follow-up.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Jay Mason's popped up. I'll defer to him.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, either's good. The most direct way is the 459-1557 number. We answer that consistently, and the CSRs are generally created. We have a list of CSRs already that people have been phoning in, but either or, the C-Click Fix Spruce It Up app is fine. The only difference is just the timing. It's a little bit slower because it goes to all the groups, so it's triaged, so a little bit slower, but the same process, once it's triaged, is the same. The CSR is created, and we'll go back and take care of it. So either or is fine.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I'd just like to add to that, Jay and Louis Stewart and John Porter. I had the opportunity to drive by the cleaning crew just outside Service and on my way home from my environmental meeting. There had to be 20 vehicles out there and, you know, safety staff guiding traffic, you know, dump trucks, loaders, sweepers, street sweepers. I don't think residents appreciate the amount of work that goes into keeping or getting our streets clean. So, Jay, kudos to you and the team, and that work was completed, I think, in record time for the city and in a safe and efficient manner at night. So, again, great. On behalf of many residents that I've heard comments from saying it's done and it looks good. Great job. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly online.
Thank you. I've got one notice of motion. So thank you to Ms. Caulfield for, what am I doing? Yes. For writing this, that administration complete an assessment, including cost, partnerships, and impacts on retaining Langholm Disc Golf Course as a permanent site. I'm not to agenda committee. I'm not fussed about when that's debated. And also a question of administration. So Mr. Fletcher, can you give us an update on the fire risk in St. Albert and maybe suggestions about, you know, what we need to watch out for in this next week?
Absolutely. So as of today, there was a fire advisory put in place for St. Albert. So effectively, that means that no open fires on public lands, but people are still able to barbecue, do things in their backyard. Regionally, in around the Edmonton area, there are either advisories or bans in place across the region. And so it is hot, dry conditions, and the forecast with the winds is not favorable to fire writ large. I don't believe Everett is on the line, Mr. Everett Cook. I will defer to him to provide some more expert analysis.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Bill, and through the chair to Councillor Jolly and all the council. The CAO is correct. Today we move forward and we actually put a fire restriction in place, which the media release just went out moments ago. A fire restriction prohibits all outdoor burning, but it does allow backyard fires in approved fire pits that are permitted within the city still. Should conditions continue to deteriorate, we have the option to go to a full ban. And of course, once any relief is seen or felt in the region, we'll be in a position where we'll be able to evaluate and reduce the ban to an advisory or lift it altogether. Currently today, a series of bans have gone on around the region. One of the largest, of course, is the city of Edmonton. Also, just looking at the map right now, some communities have decided to move forward with an all-out ban, again, Edmonton, where others have chosen to go with a restriction or even an advisory, where an advisory, which is your first step in prevention, is basically an awareness message out to residents to say, hey, conditions are not favorable, please don't burn. Again, we've gone one step above that. A councillor inquiry or information request was received yesterday. It's been responded to. More information on how we evaluate our fire conditions in St. Albert was provided in that response. And I can assure you daily our fire prevention officers are monitoring local conditions.
Thank you. So Lions Park and Rotary fires are still allowed right now? Did I understand that correctly?
Actually, if you bear with me 1 second, I will actually pull up the release and I'll tell you exactly what it says.
My apologies. We haven't got this.
No, it's all good. All good. So effective today, all open burning is prohibited, which includes wood burning fire pits located on driveways, fire pits and barbecues in public areas, and burn barrels and incinerators in rural areas. However, the following is still allowed, and that's all wood burning fire pits which are permitted and on private land that are in compliance with our fire service bylaw. Wood burning fire pits must be fully extinguished before being left unattended. And of course, fire pits must always be used with a screen, which is a spark arrestor, and always being attendant or have a person always in attendance. Further, Propane and natural gas, private fire pits, barbecues and smokers on private property are still permitted. And of course, that includes fire tables as well. Basically, anything with a switch that's LPG or natural gas driven can still be used as well.
Great, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
And I'll just confirm, Councillor Broadhead, do you have anything to bring forward? Just don't want to miss anyone. Okay, or
But thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
Mayor Herron, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but if you have anything, maybe send in chat or thumbs up if you'd like. Response. Okay, I have a couple of information requests that I put forward. What would be the cost to have spring leaf organics pickup scheduled just as we do in the fall? And the second one is, will the public be pre-warned of construction start date, and will detour routes be suggested by the city in road construction, particularly Villeneuve Road? And the last two things, I'll call them, I guess I'll call them announcements. So I want to thank Mayor Herron for trusting me to chair the meeting today. It's a good privilege. And I want to thank my council members who are squawking in my ear here and there when I needed it. And administration and legislative has been great. So appreciate everyone. So that's it for me. Okay. And I still didn't get anything from Mayor Herron. So sorry if we've missed any motions or information requests.
She just said she's all good.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. And so we'll move on to in camera right now. And could I get a motion to go in camera? Councillor Hughes.
That council moving camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administration Officer pursuant to section 24(1)(a) of FOIP.
Okay, and we'll call for the vote. Our voting system is very slow today, so we'll know in a second, I'm sure. And that's unanimous, so thank you again.
And to the chair, I just want to congratulate you for doing this. This is your rookie at this in their first year, and you had to go through this and baptism by fire with a public hearing. So really good job on your first day.